What is going on, everybody? How we doing today? Hope we're doing all right. It is a Sunday, and we are doing our thing. So I've been thinking about it, and with church, I actually didn't go to church today, but with church being a thing that I do on Sundays again, specifically the time that I do it at, I'm thinking about moving the Sunday streams up to Mondays. So my streaming schedule, if you will, would be Monday, Wednesday, Friday instead of Sunday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm gonna see if I can make this work. I will probably start that next week or something like that, depending on how things go. The reason being that with the time that church is at, it kind of breaks up the day in a way that's a little bit weird. Streaming is an end of the day thing for me. I like to stream at the end of the day when I don't plan on doing anything else too substantial or anything like that. And it would just make it so that I was streaming too late on the average Sunday. The only reason I'm streaming this late tonight is because I actually have tomorrow off. I am not working tomorrow, so I can kind of make it work. But next week, probably won't be able to do that. But what's going on, Tomifer? What's going on, Smart Moron? What's going on, OP? What's going on, Natalia? Hope you're all doing well. Happy Sunday to you too. Happy Sunday to you too, Natalia. Um, but yeah, like I'm trying to think about how I can continue on with this whole streaming thing. When it comes to YouTube videos, I'm still kind of not at a point where I feel like uploading every week or every other week is going to be possible for me. But when it comes to the streams, I want to make sure that I'm doing as good of a job as I can. I'm finally kind of on the other side of a lot of the shit that was going on with me at the beginning of the year. Gonna knock on wood there. Don't want to jinx myself, but um, and I feel like I have a little bit more time and a little bit more energy to put into these streams. So I got to think about some of the stuff that I did in the past, and I got to think about some stuff that I can do in the future. I'm thinking about a silent stream soon, or basically a you laugh, you lose stream, because I was given a bit of advice from somebody who was watching those streams back when I did the few of them that I did, and he said that he liked the idea. It was fun. But the whole not talking thing, and maybe I could talk, I'm just not allowed to laugh, that kind of thing. I'm thinking about that type of stuff. Um, what's it called? Love that AoE gameplay. That's another thing I have to do is like, I think I've gotten so used to just playing a quick game to round out a stream. Like at the end of a stream, I'll play a game or two. I think I need to have like a day where I'm just doing AoE, where that's just what I'm doing. I think that'd be a good stream to have. I could do that on like a random day of the week too. I could do like a Monday or a Wednesday stream with have it be AoE, or I could have Taylor back on the channel, and we could do an AoE day. I'm actually pulling my weight now, and I'm actually kind of a threat to the guys that we play with. So it's not going to be like the last one where he carried the entire time. Um, what else? Cooking streams. I could do more cooking streams as well. I need to start doing fun stuff again. I've gotten out of the habit of doing stuff on stream, and that's part of the reason. That's one of the big reasons why my numbers are going down. I don't do it for the numbers or anything like that, but it is nice to see bigger numbers than smaller numbers, right? The more the merrier. So we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. The only thing that can stop these Muslim UFC fighters would be a gay guy they refuse to fight. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. But even then, they still refuse to fight a lot of guys anyway. They refuse to do a lot of stuff that they should have to do, that they should be forced to do, but they just don't because they have good managers and stuff like that. And this is the stuff that I've been talking about. Did I finish Morrowind? No, I have not finished Morrowind, OP. I am still in the middle of my first playthrough, where actually that's what we're going to be doing today, is we're going to be doing a little bit of my first playthrough. I'm actually in the middle of Tribunal right now. I finished Blood Moon, and I am at the point where I could go and fight Dagoth Ur if I want to, I'm pretty sure, but I wanted to mess around a little bit, so I did the House Hlalu quest line. I completed that. I became Grandmaster of the house, and then on top of that, I decided I would I'd see what else I can do. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, like when it comes to the Muslims, this is like one of the more esoteric conspiracy theories that I have. And it's not just an MMA conspiracy theory. It's like a conspiracy theory in and of itself, is that there is a Muslim takeover of combat sports that is happening right now. And what you're seeing, especially in boxing right now, but it's also happening in MMA is the Saudis specifically are throwing money at these combat sports in order to peddle influence. The biggest stages in boxing right now are in Saudi Arabia. If you want to get to the highest height that you can as a boxer, you pretty much have to go through the Saudis at this point. Worldwide anyway. It used to be Las Vegas. That used to be the boxing capital of the world. Now it's wherever they have it in Saudi Arabia. I don't know. I don't know exactly where they'll have those fights, but um, there's reasons for that, and it's political and it's social, right? They want to one, make money off of it, obviously, right? There's money to be made in these sports, but then in addition to that, what they're also trying to go for is they're trying to prop up Muslim fighters. You're gonna see in the next 10 years, all of a sudden, all these Muslim fighters are coming out the cut, and they're just fucking everybody up in boxing, and they just don't seem to lose, and everyone's gonna be like, whoa, dude, it must be that mystical, magical Muslim way of being, just like the Dagestanis. They live in the mountains and they don't drink alcohol, so that means they must work really hard all the time and blah blah blah. They are like, you're gonna start seeing that in boxing. I guarantee you, it's going to start happening. But then in addition to that, you're also seeing in MMA, where, like, if you see all these cards, right? They have cards in Saudi Arabia, and it's basically Team Muslim, Team Islam versus Team Infidel. And Team Islam always seems to do pretty well on those cards. It's almost like it was that way on purpose, right? You're seeing that kind of thing now, where because the Saudis are pumping so much money into these companies, into these promotions and stuff like that, they're giving them sweetheart deals. They're giving them fighters, or they're giving Muslim fighters easy fights, and they're propping them up. That's why you're starting to see a lot of these Muslim fighters lose, even though there was this, like, belief that these Dagestanis and these Chechens, man, they just don't lose. They just can't lose. Dude, they wrestle bears, bro. They wrestle bears. You're starting to see them lose because it's just a numbers game. Like, you can have one guy that you protect, like Habib Nurmagomedov, right? Habib was protected from anybody who could have actually done some real damage to him. Throughout his whole career, mind you, right? It's easy to have one guy that you protect and you make him your champion, and that's the guy. But when you start getting 20, 30, 40 Muslim dudes that come in, and you have to work on protecting every single one of them and trying to make every single one of them into a star, it's not going to work that way. And that's what happened with Umar Nurmagomedov. I believe that was the specific Nurmagomedov that fought Merab. Is he got fraud checked because for a couple of different reasons they had him fight Merab, right? But when they had him fight Merab, they couldn't protect him. So true. They also genuinely want to spread Islam. That's a huge part of the religion. Exactly. And that is like, oh, excuse me. That is like the underlying thing. It's like, okay, fine, they're doing it because there's money to be made in it. Great, fantastic. I'm willing to bet that on multiple of these ventures, they're probably losing money in some way, right? But maybe somewhere down the line, 10, 15, 20 years, they'll be able to go cash solvent. They'll be cash solvent. I don't know for sure about that, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. What they're getting out of it right now, what they're going to get out of it in 10 years, 15 years, is they are going to have the ability to be like, Allah willed it, and all of these Muslim fighters became champions. When, if you know how the game works, and if you know how Islam as a religion works, you understand that it's fake. It's fucking bullshit. It's not real, you know? And that's not to say there's no good Muslim fighters, specifically from the former Soviet republics, right? I do think Hamzat is actually a really talented wrestler, even if I think what happened last night is disgusting. Holding a guy down, not doing anything to him for 25 minutes, not even trying. That's the thing, is that he wasn't even trying to do anything legitimate. Even when he had him in that crucifix position, for instance, he wasn't actually really doing damage because he was so afraid of the idea of over moving, of leaning too far in one direction, and then DDP explodes out of the position. I think that was disgusting, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a second. But or someone like Islam Makhachev, right? I actually really like that guy as a fighter, but the whole thing built up around the Dagestanis specifically being like the best fighters ever, and they wrestle bears, man, dude. They wrestle bears. They start real young over there, as if there aren't kids as young as like 3 years old entering wrestling tournaments in America. You know, like it's there's a certain amount of fraud. You know what's going on, Andy C? Yeah, there is a certain amount of fraud. You know, absolutely, Islam is fraudulent. Yes, indeed it is. It's a fraudulent religion. You know, it is a world domination cult, and that's how you know. That's how you know that what is happening there is a conspiracy. One of the ways, you know. I need to make a video on this because, like, when I talk about this, it's a situation where I never really am prepared to talk about it. So because of that, I start bouncing around from place to place and shit like that. I need to start from the very beginning, which is Muslims are in a world domination cult, and they are trying their best to bring everyone and everything under the sphere of influence of Islam, either via conversion or subjugation. You can be a Christian, but they're gonna fuck with you heavily, you know, and they're always going to be trying to convert you. They're always trying to bring everyone and everything under the sphere of influence of Islam, right? And because of that, you're seeing these Saudis put money into these combat sports as a way to make money, but that's not even the big thing. The big thing is to try and push Islam, to try and push Islamic fighters, give them easier careers, and hype them up more than they would somebody else who's not Muslim. And then in addition to that, try and utilize that as a way to be like, you see, Islam is the winning team. God shines his light on those who are Muslims, and if you're a Muslim, you're going to win. That's how it goes. So become a Muslim. And if you're not a Muslim, then we're going to kill you because Allah wills it. In the boxing ring, we're going to kill you. That's what it's going to be. In the octagon is where we're going to kill you. Yeah, that's what we mean. That's what we mean by that. That's basically, like, in a whirlwind, the conspiracy summed up. You know, and if you pay attention, you realize it's not just a theory. It's the way things go, and it's happened before. I use boxing with the black community as a great example of this. You know, growing up, someone who was growing up as someone, but they obviously have more discipline, or they wouldn't be winning literally every fight. What do you mean winning literally every fight? What, like, there's been two undefeated Muslim fighters in MMA history. One of them is Khabib Nurmagomedov, and he retired very early as a means to avoid losing to people that he could definitely be beaten by. In addition to that, you could also argue that Gleison Tibau beat him and the judges fucked up the decision. You know, if you watch Khabib versus Gleison Tibau, which is on YouTube right now, I'd pull it up if I wouldn't get copyright claimed. You will see, like, oh no, Khabib definitely lost that. I don't know what those judges were fucking smoking. And then you have Khamzat Chimaev, who, okay, fine, he's undefeated and he's doing really well, but whenever he faces any real competition, he either A, doesn't do that well compared to all the other highlight reel finishes that he has, or B, he ends up in a situation where he just fucking lays on top of you. You know, and that's my issue with someone like what's his face. They can wrestle, but they can't box for the most part. Out wrestling, the Dagestanis are dominating most of the league. I mean, that's the issue, is that a lot of the time these guys aren't even wrestling. Well, they're wrestling, don't get me wrong, right? But like, one of the things I mentioned this on Twitter the other day, right? One of the big things that annoys me is when you see a fight like last night's, and for one thing, all of the guys who know what they're talking about, because they don't want to seem like they're in the uncool club, because they want to feel like they know something you don't, they say shit like, "Wow, that was a really dominant performance by Chimaev. That was absolutely masterful. I can't believe the way he was able to use his weight and this, that, the other thing." What he did was not that impressive. I have to be completely and totally honest with you guys. Anyone who has a week's worth of wrestling can be taught how to do what Chimaev did on the ground specifically, right? The takedowns is where Chimaev really shines. Chimaev's takedowns are really, really good. I am very impressed with those. And if he was able to do a little bit more with his, just, he's got the dude on the ground, that'd be one thing, right? But that's the issue, is that he, specifically in last night's fight, took DDP down and he just laid on him. There was nothing technically impressive about that. As a black belt myself who has wrestling experience, there was nothing technically impressive about that. But you have a lot of grappler dudes on Twitter who they don't want to feel like like again, they want to feel like they know something that the average person doesn't know. So instead of just being honest about it and saying, "Yeah, that fucking sucked, dude. That was awful to watch. I hated that." They go, "Wow, that was a really exciting fight. It was a really good performance." It's like, fucking no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That sucked. It was ass. Chimaev is ass. He does not deserve a belt after that shit. He doesn't deserve it. Fucking, but whatever. Like, um, when you look at it, it's like I said, like, a lot of Dagestanis, a lot of these like Russian Muslim wrestlers, they're losing now. You know, I mean, fucking, what was it? Shara Bullet lost to a MVP or something like that. He lost a fucking MVP. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. It's Shara Magomedov, right? They have like three names over there. Fucking weird, right? Shara Butin Magomedov. Holy fuck. Yes, he lost to Michael Page in Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia. It's also funny. Speaking of which, speaking of what I was talking about with the Saudis, speaking of what I was talking about with the Saudis, would you look at this? We have, what's his face? Shara. Okay, let's take a look at him. So his last fight outside of the UFC in 2022 was in Thailand. Okay. First fight in the UFC, Abu Dhabi. Second fight in the UFC, Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, Abu Dhabi, fucking Riyadh, Abu Dhabi. This guy has not fought outside of a Muslim country a single time since he has entered the UFC. You're gonna tell me that's a coincidence? You're gonna tell me that's just because Dana's like, "Hey, why don't you just fight here?" No, of course not. That's because the Emiratis, the Saudis, the whoever is giving them money from a Muslim nation, one of these oil baron type motherfuckers, they want to see a certain kind of fighter take on a certain kind of fighter in that country. So because of that, Shara gets to fight in the United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia, someplace where they're going to some place where they're going to appreciate and they're going to be on his side as the Muslim. It's insane. It's fucking insane. US won't clear him because he has one eye. I mean, that is not the worst excuse. That is not the worst excuse. But you're gonna tell me there's no other place that he could not get cleared, and you're gonna tell me that someone who is this big of a star in the UFC cannot get cleared even by someone like Dana White. I don't believe you. I don't believe that this guy is actually I don't. Sorry, I was looking at something here that I saw in his early life. Anyway, I don't believe that he could not get not certified, but I'm cleared to fight in the U.S. with the money and power that Dana White has. I do not believe you. I have to be 100% honest with you. Would it be a lot tougher? Yeah, it would. But there would definitely be some medical exceptions that someone like him could be allowed to fight with, you know? Um, Wait, never mind. Other Russians are allowed in the USA. I'm wrong. Um, he also has a Russian passport. Scott, yeah, like he's allowed. He's no, not Jewish. I figured there was an explanation for the I in his early life, but it says an ethnic Avar was born in Dagestan, Russia, in blah blah blah. In 1994, football was the first sport he ever played, but he was ultimately kicked off his team after an argument. So I was like, I saw after an argument, I was like, oh well, like, maybe that's where the I comes from. Oh, excuse me. Like, this is an important thing for you to be aware of. It's not the most important thing for you to be aware of, but it's something for you to be aware of so that when you have children, they're not going to be walking around thinking, I better not mess with that Muslim guy because I've seen the UFC and Muslims know how to fight. Because that's what happened with me, not me personally, right? But that's what happened with like my generation, right? I'm sitting here walking around and like my dad, like, don't get me wrong, I was in a situation where I was in a very fucked up household where my mother was an emotional terrorist and things like that. So I wasn't just fighting people all the time, right? But my dad did do a good job of putting it into my head that nobody is just better than you and you should stick up for yourself and things like that, right? But I would literally see all of these people from like, my childhood and stuff like that, where they'd say weird shit like, oh, dude, you don't want to mess with that guy. He's black. Oh, dude, she's got a boyfriend and he's black. He'll totally kick your ass, dude. Like literally, you can see shit from that era, from like the 2005, 6, 7 era. You can find YouTube videos, I'm sure, where like those kinds of sentiments are shared, where it's like, oh, dude, don't matter. Hey, dude, you're just a white boy. You don't want to try and fight that black dude. You'll get fucked up, dude. It's like such a weird thing, and that is specifically because of things like boxing, because people who had political ambitions infiltrated boxing and they purposefully and consciously platformed and elevated and signal boosted black fighters who, whether they were that good or not that good, they were really only being elevated for that political bent, for that political reason. Because of that, people started to internalize this idea that like, oh well, I mean, I don't know, I guess black people are just naturally tougher and they're just naturally better fighters, and like, I don't know, I'm just a white boy, like I shouldn't mess with that guy because he's black. Like what if he beats me up? Like that's literally a thing. I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember, and those of you that are, I don't know if you remember this, but that was like a huge fucking thing in media back when I was like 10, 11, 12 years old, and I'm sure before, but that's really the only time I started to notice it was from like 10, 11, 12 years old. I started noticing like fucking all these like TV shows where it's like, oh dude, but he's black. You don't want to fight him. Like that type of weird shit. And I don't want my kids to walk around in a world where like because of political bullshit in the fight world, there's tons of Muslim fighters that don't deserve the opportunities they got, and they still got them though because you have Ali Abdelaziz, and shit like that. I don't want my kids to drink that Kool-Aid and to believe like, oh, but like this guy's a Muslim, because if we're being honest here, most Muslim nations are the kind of nations that are like they're like the fuck you bloody nations, like the Indians who like they'll get loud and they'll be like, fuck you bloody, fuck you bloody, but the second you smack them upside the head, they're like, oh, are you crazy? What is your problem? Why are you like this? What are you doing? Like they get like that real quick, you know. They're cultures that value displays and like trying to peacock like you're tough. But the second the rubber hits the road and it's time to fight, it's, oh my god, are you crazy? Are you crazy? What are you doing? It's that type of shit. And it's like, fucking A, man. Um, Natan Levy to fight one of these Muslims and summon the IDF like it's Final Fantasy, bro. He would. He fucking would. Um, man. I grew up a street over from Dearborn, Michigan. I literally caught Muslims every day until I moved when I was 14. Never lost once. Not even close. Yeah, like they're just they come from a culture where if you're gonna fight somebody, it's somebody who is a lot smaller than you, and typically you have a few friends of yours with you. Like, and even then they still probably won't fight. They'll probably just cuss at you or something like that. They'll literally shake their fist. They'll be like, if you do not get out of here, I will give you the mother of all beatings. They hit you with like some shit like that. I will beat you so hard your mother will cry. She will cry for you. Like that like that shit. Um and like, again, like, I don't want, because of this weird conspiracy that nobody gives a fuck. I don't want, because of this psyop that nobody gives a fuck about, because they're just like, oh, whatever. I don't want that to give my child brain worms. I don't want that to give anybody I know brain worms, where it's like, now a Muslim kid comes to school and they're like, oh, I better not, dude, he just cut me in line, but I better not mess with him because he's a Muslim. Like, literally that cucked sort of attitude. you know um I grew up as a white minority. The non-whites drink the Kool-Aid and get really surprised when the white boys don't back down. Exactly. Fucking exactly. Like, half the issue with that kind of situation is not looking like a victim in the first place. That's why people don't fuck with me. I've literally, like, I've been walking around Walmart and stuff like that, and I see somebody give me a look as though they're mad that I'm around, but they would never do anything about it. That's how I know. Is because if I was 5'8", and even if I'm fat right now, it's like I'm like a scary fat. Like, I'm a big fat. I'm not like, no offense to Chris, but I'm not like an airsoft fatty fat. Like, I look fucking strong as shit with the fat. That's the kind of fat that I am. I'm not a frumpy fat. I'm fucking fat as shit, but it's a different kind of fat is what is what I'm trying to say. I got the beard, I got the angry look. Like, if I didn't look like that, if I was 5'8", if I was either really skinny or like really really fat, like rolls and layers of fat overhanging, can't see my own dick fat, um I guarantee you there would be a lot more people who feel comfortable trying to fuck with me. I guarantee it. But I don't look that way, so I don't get messed with by people who I know would love to try and fuck with me. Um, and then on top of that, it's also having that willingness to like fight back against somebody as well. It's two halves of the battle. Um, that's a funny Indian impression. Yeah, I practice my Indian impression, and I've also been practicing Africa Guy impression. Africa Guy impression is one of my favorites. I'll take any opportunity to do Africa Guy. Kids don't fight anymore. Most of them don't even have recess or gym class anymore. That's pretty crazy. I mean, maybe in Michigan, I would guess that they have gym class and recess where I'm at in Massachusetts. I would guess they do. Um, but yeah, like you have to be on the lookout for info hazards, because those info hazards are not always things that you can just ignore. Like, you can ignore the UFC being taken over by Islamic fundamentalist like weirdos and shit like that. You can ignore that and just like be upset. And that's the thing too, is that it's actually really hard to ignore in the first place, because you see it every time some guy like Chimaev comes in and doesn't actually do anything but still gets awarded a belt. you know um it's disgusting, but like, you can ignore it, right? You can ignore it. You can be like, whatever, bro, I don't care, it doesn't matter to me, who gives a fuck, right? You can be that way with it, and it's all good, okay, fine. But um what you have to be aware of is that there's people who watch this stuff just like with movies, just like with TV shows, and they get their morality from it, and they also get their view of the world from it. So you're gonna run into white boys who are like, "Oh, but dude, he's a Muslim. You better not mess with him." You ever hear of Habib Nurmagomedov? You ever hear of Chimaev? You ever hear of Hamzat Chimaev? You ever hear of them? Those guys can fight, dude. Muslims can fight, man. I'm telling you, man, dude. Like, you gotta be careful, bro. Like, you're gonna meet white boys that are like that, and it's gonna be really fucking annoying. And if you're not careful, your child is gonna be around people like that, and they're gonna fucking pick that up too. And because of that, they're gonna be getting bullied by some guy named Mohammed. You know, fucking some dude named Muhammad Ali Muhammad is going to be bullying your child at school, and you're going to be like, what the hell, why is this happening? And your kid's going to be like, but dad, I can't fight him, he's Muslim, he'll fuck me up. And before you know it, you're like, oh great, like my child has been indoctrinated to hate himself and to think that he's weak and lesser and that he deserves less, you know. That's the thing that I want to avoid. Or what's going to happen what's going to happen is you're going to be dealing with Muslims, because again, this is what happened with the black community, who they internalize that propaganda, and they start to think that they can fight now, and they're going to start trying to throw hands with you if you look like someone that they feel like they could easily beat. You know, you have to be aware of what the info hazards will do to people around you. Even if you don't want to care about the info hazards in and of themselves, you have to be aware of and understand the ramifications of what those info hazards will do to the people that you have to deal with in your everyday life. Because if you don't understand them, you're going to get caught off guard by them, and you're going to wonder why your son now wants to be called fucking Muhammad Ali, you know, because his this one Muslim dude at his school was like, "Nah, that's fine, dude. You can convert. Haha, yeah. Let's do a conversion." Or they call them reversion, is what they call them. Or worse, you know, like so many. You walk in on your son. He's like 14 years old. You think everything's fine and dandy. You go to do the "Are you winning, son?" meme. You walk in, "Are you winning, son?" He's watching like cuck porn with some dude named blah 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 blah. You know, some dude named fucking Ahmed is on there, and it's cuck porn. And he's like, "Oh man, dude, I'll never have as big a dick as Ahmed does." Like that's the type of shit that I'm legit afraid of. Is like the info hazard side of it. I'm kind of fucking around, like joking about it at the same time, but it is something you have to be aware of and you have to be careful of, legitimately, genuinely. You know, um, just wait until the black Israelites, excuse me, start taking over the UFC. Oh, that's going to be a glorious day. Um, yeah, it's sadly pathetic how cowardly kids are these days. Kids will dead ass record a smaller kid getting beat up by a bigger kid. Very infuriating. Exactly. You know, um, it's terrible. You know, it's awful. And I mean, that's always how it's been. Kids have always been that way. If we're being honest here, it's not just a new age thing. You know, as much as we want to sit here and be like, that wouldn't have flew when I was in middle school, we wouldn't have allowed that to happen. No, it happened plenty of times, you know. Fucking that's just how it was, you know. Um, I have a lot of Caucasian Muslim friends, but they're much more polite and humble than Arab Muslims. Exactly, and it's because even if they're Caucasian Muslims, they come from a nation, they come from a civilization that was built upon Christian principles. So they have that politeness baked into them, even if they're Muslims now. Arabs, they come from a culture, right? Not just Arabs, but most Muslims, they come from a culture of like rudeness and disregard for anybody but the self, and clannishness and all that other stuff, you know. It's just gross, man. My Albanian friend has never met a genuine black person. There was rumors of a few villages in the east. There was one in a zoo, but it turns out that was a fraud. Damn, that's pretty fucking wild. Can we hear Africa guy? You see, if I want to do Africa guy, I have to do it in a certain way. I have like a starter phrase that I have to do, and it's I am the strong man. Nobody is a bigger, stronger man than me. I will go in there and I will tell this man that as the strong man, I will be taking this car for no less, for no more than $20. I will take this car for $20. Anything more, and I will walk out, and you will not get the sale. That wasn't even the best one. That wasn't exactly what you would call the best, but um it was okay enough in my opinion. I gotta get a Morrowind started up here. I'm gonna read the chat a little bit before we get going. I'm just kind of getting it ready to go. Um anyway, Scott, did you ever get to know Ty off camera? Not really. Not really, it's funny because I watched that thing I watched that thing with that interview with Xavier, and he felt like Ty probably was not his biggest fan. Um yeah, and he felt like that was a shame. I kind of feel the same way. Like Ty, I don't think Ty hates me. I think Ty probably likes me, but like every now and again I get this weird feel like he's kind of like had enough of me, specifically with like blood games. But then again, I don't know, maybe he was just taking out the frustration of having to live in the New England wilderness for 2 weeks. That's probably at least a little bit of what that is. um so I understand it. But I mean, I like Ty. I think he's a cool guy, and I hope he's doing well. I think he's doing something with Letty right now, that scavenger hunt stream. I wish they did shit like that in the Northeast. Literally, the only thing stopping me from doing stuff like that is that I can't just travel on a whim. Um, I wish they had one in like Boston. I'd fucking beast that one, especially when all these other idiot streamers come and they're like, "Where's the orange line? How do we get to the orange line? What about but should I drive? Can I drive through Boston? Is it easy to drive through there?" I would absolutely fucking I'd absolutely fucking murk that shit. But anyway, um um Ty knows viewers like people making fun of the show or production. It's funny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, we all fuck with each other in some way, shape, or form. Like we as vampires, we started taking out some frustration. We started smacking, like during Blood Games 1. We started smacking them with the fucking swords at one point because we were just like, honestly, bro, we're just gonna let them have it. We're gonna let them fucking have it. Um, but yeah, would you rather have a genuine chocolate face? I don't know what the fuck a chocolate face is supposed to be, Bonjour Skeet. Do you just mean a non-white? Because you can just say non-white. As a son or a Mohammed. I mean, I'd rather have neither. But then again, I mean, my kids probably won't be white in that way. They'll probably be an amalgamation of me and my wife, who is a brown Brazilian. They call them morenas. Um, so my kid's probably just not going to be white. It is what it is. So like I said, I think people put too much thought into doctrine and things like that. They don't live their lives enough as to where like they become impotent. I think I said this yesterday or the day before, actually. Your philosophy, whatever it is, should be life affirming. It should give life to you, or it should improve life for you and your people. If you are in a situation where you adopt a philosophy and your life gets that much worse, it is probably not a good philosophy for you to adopt, or you're doing it wrong. Like, if there's one thing, when you listen to National Socialists talk about National Socialism, for instance, right? or any kind of third position, whatever. They talk about like, oh well, it helps people of the nation, specifically white people, to do this and that and this and that, and it makes it so that the corporations are free to do what they want as long as it does not fuck the people over and blah blah blah. If you ask them to explain their thoughts and their beliefs, they'll tell you something that sounds really good on paper, really good in theory, but then their version of living out the ideology of like National Socialism is to like throw Romans in public and to call everybody a Jew and stuff like that. And then they wonder why their lives aren't improving. It's like it's got nothing to do with you being a Nazi or anything like that. It's literally got everything to do with you being a fucking like asshole, you know? It literally what you're doing would have a very similar effect if instead of calling people Jews and throwing Romans, you switched that out for calling people bitches and flipping them off. Like what you're doing would have an extremely similar effect to if you took out the politically specific stuff and you substituted in just general like, wow, that guy's a piece of shit kind of stuff, calling people bitches and flipping them off all the time, you know. So it's like, all right, bro, okay, you should probably get yourself under control there, you know. um it's just like fucking, it's just like it's weird to see people who are like that, you know. People who like they have nothing to show for their lives. And I'm not talking about any of you or anything like that. I'm just thinking all over the years, especially when I was in the especially when I was in the activist sphere, is kind of what I like to call it. All these people who would call me all sorts of weird names and shit like that because like I don't think it's a good idea to like do life destroying things. And sure enough, like most of these people that like when I would tell them, nah, bro, I ain't doing that shit, and they'd be like, you fucking cuck, what are you afraid? They're the ones who have like fucking charges against them now. They're the ones who they did jail time because of this, or they got flipped. They got turned into an informant for authorities and stuff like that. You know, like literally like everybody who was like, "Oh, dude, what you dude, what? You're afraid to call out Jews when you see them? Oh, dude, what the fuck, bro? What are you, a pussy? What are you, a cuck, dude? Dude, don't be a fucking cuck. Dude, what the fuck?" Those are always the people who are like they again, like they've done jail time now, you know, and they have nothing to show for their lives. Their lives are just, yeah, I did a year in county, you know. That's literally the type of shit, you know. Um, they did the goat sacrifice. Yes, quite literally, yes. I know what you're talking about. Whoa, wh, like those types of fucking those types of people, you know. It's like you either literally it's either A, they did jail time, or B, they're a commie now. And not just a commie, but like a trans commie. They got scared so bad by the feds knocking on their door that they became trans. They trans themselves because Officer Nasty from the fucking Swansea Police Department came knocking on their door like, "Hey, so we understand you're affiliated with this group. We just have a couple of questions we'd like to ask you." And they shit themselves immediately, and they tucked their dick in, and they said, "Oh well, okay, but I just want to let you know my pronouns are now she, her. My pronouns are she, her now." Like literally, those are always the guys that flip. They were always the guys who, even if they didn't like flip, you still kind of had a weird feeling about them. And then sure enough, like they fall off, and then a year later you see them like on social media or whatever, and they're going by like some weird made up name now, or like they have pronouns in their bio now. It's like literally always those types of fucking people, you know. um I've been pretty consistent in my views ever since I kind of had a shift from like centrist to right winger. Just kind of general right winger. I don't really fall under any of these things. If I had to call myself anything, I'd call myself a traditionalist, but not in the way that a lot of other traditionalists would consider themselves to be, you know? But like, I've been very consistent, you know, and a lot of these people who are like gung ho, hey, nah, dude, fucking dude, like I'm just calling out the Jew when I see him, dude. You got to do that, you know. All those guys are the ones who like they can't get a job now. Oh, excuse me. Um, I feel like the middle finger is cringe now. Yeah, it definitely is. The middle finger is like the middle finger used to be something that you weren't supposed to do. So when you did it, it was like, ooh, oh wow, okay, that guy's pissed off, and you know, like them's is fighting words. Them's is fighting words. Now the world has embraced vulgarity. So now you have like in the middle of TV shows and movies and video games, people who think vulgarity is is a comedic tool. They think just swearing is like a joke. Fuck, fuckity fuck, fuckity fucking fucky, fuck, fuckity fuck. That like literally people in the middle of like a movie like swear like that as like a comedic bit, you know? So because of that, whenever someone's like, whoa, whoa, it's like, all right, and like what you anything else, you know? It's like it's boomer shit now. It's boomer slop. The middle finger is boomer slop, and it's no coincidence that leftists are the ones that are always like, and you know what? Fuck Nazis. Fuck Trump. And you know what? Fuck Trump. Like they literally they literally do that type of shit, you know? And it's just like you fucking suck. Get out of my face. Get out of my face, you know? Um when I think of the middle finger, I think of a blue-haired trans lesbian giving both fingers to a stoic counter-protester. Yes, exactly. Like that type of shit. And they think it's some kind of own, you know? They think it's some kind of own, like, haha, I totally got him. It's like, fucking shut up. Shut the fuck up. Yes, that's the best way to put it, Jankum Alchemist. It's like an impotent display, an impotent display of aggression. That's exactly what it is. You know? It's like there's this video of these two kids. They're probably like, you know, young teenagers, and one of them's clearly some kind of like autistic dweeb, and he like tries to smack one of the other kids. It's in the middle of a locker room, right? And this kid, who also looks to be a little Audi himself, he throws like a two-piece and nails the dude with at least one of them. And the autistic kid literally, like, instead of fighting back after that, he starts walking away and he, like, flips him off and he does, like, a fucking L thing. And he's like, eh, and he sticks his tongue out. And it was just like, wow. You know, like, that's literally what it is, you know? Um, I grew up in the Detroit punk rock scene, and I just can't fuck with any of it anymore. Ron Paul changed everything for me in '08. The punks are so far left establishment now, it's insane. Yeah, like punk rock became a punk rock. I'm gonna answer this. I'm gonna not answer this, but I'm gonna say something to what Spoonie said. Um, and then I'm gonna start up the Morrowind, but like punk rock became a commodity. Punk rock became commodified to the point where like, you know, it's being sold in stores now. You know, punk rock is being sold in stores, and I don't just mean literally like punk rock, the music genre, like clothing you see people wearing and all that other stuff. You know, like you can get it at fucking Spencer's and Hot Topic and all this other shit. You know, um, and you have people who like they gatekeep in a way that is like it's almost like they're trying to protect Magic the Gathering tournaments or a certain video game club or something like that. You know, it's not they're not trying to stick up for what the spirit of punk rock is supposed to be. They're trying to make rules is what they're doing. They're just making rules based around what they want to see at their local punk rock show is what they're doing. You know, it's not about the spirit of punk. It's about making rules and putting things down on paper so that certain people can't get in. That's literally all it is, you know? Gotta get a haircut, gotta shave the beard, gotta shave the neck beard as well. The neck beard is pretty fucking long too, you know? Um, George Carlin literally had a bit that was just swearing. Exactly, you know? I talked about I'm gonna get it started up now, but I talked about Carlin sort of recently. I talked about Carlin sort of recently, and like one of the worst things, you know, um, one of the worst things that I've ever seen is George Carlin's old, oh, jeez. I just realized I got to, all right, hopefully this isn't too fucked up. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. Anyway, um, oh no, we're not good. Damn. Oh, fuck. All right, so what I have to do is Alt Tab, and then I can go here, and then I can. Sorry, I'm gonna have to. There it is. Okay, all right. We should be in better shape now, but anyway, what I was saying is one of the worst things I've ever seen in terms of comedy or like anything was George Carlin's like late 90s and early to mid 2000s comedy, quote unquote, specials that he did before he died. Those were some. What the fuck is going on here? All right, there we are. There we are. Yeah, that was some of the worst shit I've ever seen. There was no jokes. It was literally just him screaming about like what he liked and did not like about the world. Not even like punchlines about it or anything like that. It was literally just like, and you know what else? If you like vanilla ice cream, that's because you're a white male piece of shit. Like literally like that tier, that type of like that's literally exactly the type of shit that you would see in all of his stuff. Oh yeah, fuck. I forgot. I have a certain I have a bit of a problematic name. I have a bit of a problematic name. Let me know if you see it. All right, so what am I doing? Yeah, so I'm in the middle of Tribunal right now. I'm in the middle of Tribunal. I just went from looking like Happy Gilmore's caddy to straight skinhead mode. That's funny. Anyway, Almalexia would like to demonstrate her power by creating ash storms throughout the city of Mournhold. Her powers, however, have been expended, by caring for her people after the attack on the city. She would like me to travel to Bam's Amshend and activate the Karstangs Biharn, an ancient Dwemer creation said to be able to control the weather. So I'm liking this so far, but I'm not liking it the way that, excuse me. So I like this game, but I gotta be honest with you, I'm not liking it the way that a lot of people like it. It's not the best game that I've ever played, if I'm being 100% honest with you. And I even think back then it might not have been considered the best game that I've ever played, you know? I mean, I was 10 years old when this came out, so, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if I didn't even have the attention span for it. Let's go here. Whoop. Go, 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 go. Oh, damn it. He nailed me. Oh, fuck. He nailed me again. Come on, baby. Yes. Need that. And bad. We got him. These things are pretty powerful. And nothing. So, how am I supposed to... Oh, boy. Collapsed rocks. Places... Ah, okay. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I gotta go. I gotta move. That was a close one. So, I picked up a satchel charge, you know? And, I guess that's what it's for. I think I might need another one. Am I gonna need another one? Okay, Passage of the Walker. Love the gamer tag, Scott. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Come on. You see, like, the combat gets really repetitive, which, I mean, every single one of these games, the combat gets repetitive, but I am kind of spoiled by some of the Skyrim stuff, and then in addition to that, like, there's way too many cliff racers in this game. If I have to, like the amount of cliff racers that you have to fight just trying to get from one place to another, because there's no fast travel. You have to move there, like, yourself. You have to walk there, or you have to, what do you have to do? Morrowind is whack until, yeah, until what, Rusty? Oh, until remastered, yeah. I would play the fuck out of a remastered Morrowind, dude. I would love the fuck out of it, I guarantee you. Especially if they added voice acting. It'd be great if they were able to add voice acting, you know? I understand if they wouldn't be able to, because that would be a lot of voice acting to have to do, but oh shit. Oh shit. That would be a lot of voice acting that they have to do, but there we go. Here's my guy. Yes. Wearing mismatched armor, because why not? The worst part about cliff races is that nobody has successfully modded them out, dude. Honestly, I was thinking, like, hey, what if I can mod the cliff racers out? I don't need an emerald that bad. Dwemer shield. Dwarven halberd. And dwarven battle axe. I am all set. Like, I'm not a mods guy at all, mainly because I'm stupid. And I can't figure out how to get them to work. I tried it with New Vegas. I don't know how many of you were here for the New Vegas playthrough. I tried to use mods on New Vegas, and it just did not work for me, you know? Yes, I think we're good. Oh, wait a second. What's in here? Oh, okay, yeah, I need to get in here. This is actually exactly where I need to go to. Oh, the mods to remove them only lessen their spawn rate. Dude, honestly, at this point, I'll take it. I'll fucking take it, you know? Just like walking through the grass or a tunnel in OG Pokemon, it's so annoying. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Did you catch any of the new King of the Hill yet? Opinion on it? Yeah, I caught it. I actually like it. I gotta say, I'm kind of a fan of it. And part of the reason is because it's actually really fun to see Bobby. I really like how Bobby has grown and matured. He's not just a fucking goofball anymore. Like, he's a good-natured guy. He hard works. He works hard. And it's cool to see how he grew up and stuff like that. It's funny to see that he crushes pussy now. That's the funniest fucking thing, is that there's like 3 or 4 women that he's able to get with throughout that first season of the reboot, you know? But what was I gonna say? I really like seeing how he and Hank have a relationship where they can banter back and forth, you know? It honestly, like, I wish I had that relationship with my dad. I don't feel comfortable to do that with my dad, truthfully. with my dad, even though things are a lot cooler between us right now, growing up, our relationship was very much similar to Hank's and Cotton Hills, you know? I can literally remember my dad saying shit that I would hear Cotton Hills say, not on purpose, literally just because, you know, that not the I kill 50 man thing, or I lost my shins in the war, not that, but like, you know, things that Hank's dad Cotton would say to him as like just mean things to say, you know, just shitty things to do and say. And because of that, even though things are cool between me and my dad, it's like I still feel a little like I don't know if I want to laugh and joke with this guy, you know. It feels too weird. Even asking him about his dad, I asked him about his dad recently, and it was just such a weird feeling, dude. I'm glad I did it, but like the bottom line is like I kind of like I see that and it almost makes me a little sad because I'm just like, ah, man, wish my dad and I could have a relationship like that, you know. And that's kind of the relationship I'd like to have with my son. If my son was 21 years old and he owned his own restaurant, you know, like I'd love to be able to like, you know, I'd love to be able to talk to him on that level, you know. It gives you something to shoot for, if you will. Oh. Oh, damn it, he nailed me. This guy's about to nail me too. Oh, damn. Okay. That was a close one. What was I gonna say? Yeah, somebody did say YouTube it. Modding is a pain. Yeah, modding is a pain. Praise Saint Jub for ridding Morrowind of cliff races. Oh yeah. I remember that. I remember that piece of lore. Yeah, I mean Connie is kind of everything you would expect her to be. I feel like at this point in time, you know, she would definitely be someone who's like, yeah, I'm going to college for two different things. You just wouldn't understand. She would definitely grow up to be that way. I don't doubt that in a heart. Like I don't doubt that at all. You know, what's it called? It's funny that when it's funny that when she ends up getting high on those drugs, at the hospital, she turns into her mom a little bit. I feel like that's probably going to be something that happens. Is Connie's going to get drunk and she's going to turn into her mom, and her mom is like fucked up. Her mom is like a piece of shit, you know. It's funny to see her kind of turn into that a little bit. It's a very Asian thing from what I've noticed too. Asian girls, they tend to get drunk and they just go fucking like berserk. So it's weird. It's weird to see. But what was I gonna say? The obvious things that everybody were annoyed by was Khan's voice change and Dale's voice change. Like, it doesn't matter, you know. It doesn't fucking, dude. In one of the episodes, they had a black guy who was pretending to be Japanese, you know. Like, you can't have Khan's character played by Khan, like the Khan voice actor, just because he's white. Like, that's ridiculous, you know. And then like it's like Dale was originally Khan's voice actor, and you figured that the guy who's playing Dale now, since he's worked on the show since Khan was introduced, I would assume you would think that he would be like, okay, I want to try my best to get the Dale voice down perfectly. No, he didn't. He didn't at all. It fucking sucked, you know. That was really annoying. That was really fucking annoying, you know? It sounded like a hipster who was trying to... Oh, I got a burp. What I was saying is, it sounded like a hipster who was, like, trying but not trying. You know how those dirtbag left guys, they don't try at anything, and they act like you're a loser for actually giving a fuck and actually trying at something, you know? It's their way of trying to be like, aha, it's okay that I suck at this because I wasn't trying anyway. It's like, even if you tried, you'd be bad at it, you know? Again, it's a defense mechanism. Ebony, and no, I'm all set. Ooh, actually, I kind of want this for my house. I've decorated my house with a ton of shit. Fire salts. Fire salts, ruby, I'm all set. But like, that's almost what Dale felt like. That's almost what it felt like with Dale. It really kind of felt as though like Dale's voice actor, who again was Khan's voice actor, he was like, dude, what you expected me to try? Dude, are you kidding me? What are you fucking dumb? Like that type of shit, you know? That's somebody's behind me. Nope, not yet. Oh. That's one of the worst things that millennials invented, or not invented, but that's one of the worst things millennials started doing, and it stems from Gen X too. It stems from Gen X, but especially millennials do this, and Zoomers do it as well. Like this weird, like, oh, you actually care about that, loser, that kind of shit. Like, oh, what you're actually trying. Loser, like that type of shit, you know? And it opens the door for so much stupid shit and abuse and all that stuff, where it's like people will mistreat you. This is the thing that I really hate about it. Like somebody will mistreat you, and then when you're like, hey dude, you're being a fucking asshole, they're like, what, you're mad? Loser. And it's like, oh, okay, so now you're gonna try and gaslight me. It's like, that will drive me to violence. Like if somebody is standing in front of me and they're trying to be like, dude, fucking, what, you're mad that I did something that made you mad? What, you're mad that I did something that was really fucked up and like evil and bad? Loser. I'll get taken away in cuffs. That's the type of shit I'm gonna smack the fuck out of somebody if it comes down to it. Interesting. I wonder what happens if I jump down in there. You gotta zigzag these motherfuckers. Dale sounds like he's 80 years old. Kinda, sorta, in a way. I know this ain't the only one here. There's just that. Oh, good. There's a way up if I do decide to jump down. I'm gonna do that in a second. AI speech tools will fill so many gaps in voice acting limits. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking is, like, maybe they can use AI, but, like, it depends on if the AI is good or not, you know? Oh, fuck, man. That absolutely did bad shit to me. I gotta get this dude out of here ASAP. Alright, let's... But yeah, like AI voice acting will be nice as long as it's not like that bad, you know? Ash pile. I find it interesting that there's all these ash piles here that almost seems to indicate that the Dwemer were vaporized or something like that. Yes. I always thought this thing was like a mushroom. All right, so you know what I gotta do. I'm gonna fucking quick save. Whoa. Is that it? Did I do it? What is going on here? Did I do it the right way? I want to see what happens if I jump down there too. Oh yeah, but what I was saying too is like I don't think Tom Petty's estate, like I was thinking about Luann and Lucky, right? Luann is played by Brittany Murphy. Lucky is played by Tom Petty, or was. You know, both of them are dead. I don't think Brittany Murphy's estate, and I don't think Tom Petty's estate is going to be a. I want to see what happens here. Oh, I was able to activate it from deep within these ruins. It will be difficult to tell what effect it has had on the city above. Alright. I'm gonna pull all three just to see what happens. Just to see what happens. And I gotta get the fuck out of here. Hold on, let's see. Yep. Yeah, like this is the implication from here is 100%. Is 100% that something happened where the Dwemer were vaporized and they were turned into ash piles. That is 100% what the lore here, what the context here is trying to tell you, you know? It's interesting. But, oh, yeah, that's nothing. Yeah, but like, Tom Petty and Brittany Murphy's estates are not just going to allow them to utilize the voices like that. Either A, they'll be like, no, like, we're not going to let you do that at all. Or B, they're going to be like, yeah, but we want money. And it's like, well, you know, maybe they'll get their money. But also, on the flip side, it's like, like, what if they, like, what if King of the Hill doesn't have the money? What if Hulu doesn't have the money for them, you know? Those, specifically Tom Petty. Tom Petty was no, he was not a, you know, he was not a, what was he not? That's weird. Wasn't that, how do I get out of there, though? Anyway, yeah, Tom Petty was not a, I'm sure he's not a cheap get, you know? Oh, I'm supposed to climb through here, aren't I? Yes. Alright. Dale sounds like he's 80 years old. I don't know, maybe he is. Hell yeah, acrobatics increased to 80. Yes, so I need to go back there. I avoid the Dwemer ruins because I hate how labyrinthian they are. It's really frustrating. Like, I don't mind a dungeon. You know, I don't mind having to go through a cave or something like that. Oh, I bet I can blow this thing away. Makes me wonder. But I avoid the Dwemer ruins, honestly, which is like sort of stupid, but I only go in them when I have to, because I don't feel like having to fucking deal with, like, again, just the labyrinth, you know? This is ridiculous. Do you know the Battle of Red Mountain lore? Vaguely familiar with it. I know that's like the fall. I know in this game we're basically dealing with the fallout of it. You know, Dagothar and you know, I'm the Nerevarine, you know. And that's where the tribunal comes from, you know. But I don't know much else other than that. Dude, am I gonna have to use a I almost said an inflation potion. Been on the internet for too long. I'm probably gonna have to use a what's it called? Although, I don't know. Maybe I can hop up. Oh, 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 and then I gotta jump up here. Yeah, and then here. I have a couple of potions of Rising Force. I have a couple of Rising Force potions, but then I also have a levitating. All right. That's it. Nothing. I gotta go back and talk to Almalexia, I'm pretty sure. Oh, shit. I believe that's over this way. No, that's the Great Bazaar. Courtyard, God's Reach. Yeah, I can get there either way.
Justice never sleeps.
Justice never sleeps. Morrowind, City of Light. City of Magic.
Good for the Empire, good for all. Citizen?
City of light. City of magic.
Jeez, this music is real loud. I think I'm actually going to, First off, these should always be on. Oh, duh, audio. I'm gonna turn the music down just a little bit, because, like, when it swells, it's like, okay, this is crazy.
Mournhold. Justice never sleeps. City.
Many blessings upon you, my loyal servant.
Can I say something without everybody getting mad? In my wisdom, I have sent you to activate Karstang's Beharn. Tell me you have accomplished this task for your goddess. I see you have restarted the machine, but this is not what I asked for. The weather is not uncommon in the city. Only an ash storm will show these people my true power. Alright, so what do I do now? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I gotta go all the way back fucking down there. Really? What's going on, Big Boss? How you doing, man? Gotta bring my ass all the way back down there. Gotta figure out this bullshit.
Mournhold. City of light. City of
Fuck up.
magic.
You just sit here, keep bopping him. Eventually he dies. You just bop him till he dies. Either that or maybe you die. If the original cast quit or is barely clinging to life in a nursing home, I assume the show's gonna be trash unless some hyper-autistic fans step in who actually know how they sounded. Yes, 100%, you know? Hopefully that autosave will be down there, you know? Ah, yes. Perfect. I put that in there. Let's see here. Where's it gonna fucking stop? Is it gonna stop? I don't know what that does is the issue. You know, I'm gonna look this up. Just I try to avoid looking things up whenever I can, but every now and again I'm just like, yo, fucking, I don't feel like I'm not gonna run all the way back up to see if the weather's been changed and then run all the way back down. That is fucking stupid. You know, let's see here. Oh yeah, why is Stronghold still here? Thank me. Okay, so maybe I gotta go back to the mainland at some point. Where's Almalexia? Hellset's champion. Okay, well. What? Oh, no. Oh. Just put on speed cheats and run up. Yeah, that's not a bad idea either. There are 10 possible positions for the levers. Each one corresponds to a weather condition. Blank is current weather. Clear, cloudy, foggy, overcast, rain, thunderstorm, ash storm, snow, blizzard. Holy fuck. Hold on. Oh, okay, all right. So I just it's literally gonna tell me. It's literally gonna tell me. So I just gotta keep pulling this thing. I thought you were the channel just background noise for a second. Oh yeah. Well, thank you, Nico. I appreciate you. I don't know what that is. Yeah, it doesn't tell you what combination to pull. Oh, there it is. If I understand the Dwemer symbols on blah blah blah, I believe the machine is now causing ash storms in Mournhold. Perfect. Let's get our asses the fuck back there. It's a wall, Scott. Alright. Oh fuck. Where is this Mournhold? Yeah, I'm doing Tribunal right now. We already did Blood Moon. Blood Moon was alright. I got Hersine's ring so I can transform into a whatever it's called at any point. I can transform into a there we go. Excuse me. I can transform into a there we go. Got the acrobatics back up to 80. I can transform into a werewolf at pretty much any given time. You know, I'll go ahead and I'll do that for fun, just to fuck around a little bit when I get back to Almalexia. I'm gonna transform in front of Almalexia. I want to see how that goes down. Sound of the pitter patter, yeah. It's because if you wanna level your acrobatics quick, you need a jump. And one thing that'll happen is, you see how moving up, you can get so many more jumps moving up that thing than you can just sitting here. Oh, 1, 2, you know. Do you fuck with the magic or alchemy system? Not really. I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of a brute. I like swords. Specifically short swords. You know, I could do another playthrough in the future, though, because I hear the magic system is what's really good in this game. I hear that's the best. And, whenever I have to fight a magic user or anything like that, that's when I end up getting my shit pushed in, usually. is when there's magic involved. So, you know, maybe I'll do another playthrough after this one. The thing is, like, I'm partially just... I don't even feel like having to climb up that shit. I'm just going to use a amulet of levitating. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Ah, yes. Oh, shit. Like, I'm partially playing this game just so that I can say I played it. You know, it's kind of like Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. I'll do another playthrough of Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 at some point, but, like, I mainly did Fallout 1 and 2 just to say that I could play, just to say that, yes, I have played it, you know? Transform into a wolf in front of your wife. Wait, hold on. Wrong way. Nah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to Almalexia. I'm gonna save.
City of
Shut the fuck up.
City of magic.
You know, I think it's pretty obvious that Almalexia couldn't change the weather if she wanted to. I find that to be interesting. She's supposed to be a living god, but there's an end to her power, where she's like, I've used up so much of my power trying to help people that I can't do this. It's like, but I thought you were a goddess. You mean the bitch who betrayed you and had you murdered? What? Does Almalexia do that? Or was I talking about something different and you just didn't realize? Or, nah, you didn't realize, but I didn't realize. Anyway.
Many blessings upon you, my loyal servant.
Oh, she's gonna have me murdered? That's pretty crazy. Oh, damn. Yo. Yo. They fucking murked me in a heartbeat. Holy shit. Most recent... Yeah.
Many blessings upon you, my loyal servant.
Nuts on your chin. Oh,
Many
wait.
blessings upon you, my loyal servant.
Bang. Nuts on your chin. Nuts on your chin. Nuts all over your chin. Ooh, fucking got him. You see that? Huh? Hand? Alright. I can't tell if she... Oh, it looks like she's floating a little bit. In my wisdom, I have sent you to activate the whatever. Tell me you've accomplished this task for your goddess. Well done. Well done. This is the effect I was looking for. Ash storms in Mournhold. My magic will prevent anyone from further tampering with this machine. You will, of course, keep silent about this. My powers are a bit drained, mortal. They are not gone. My ordinators will take care of the remains of this end times cult and their leader. You have done well. Well, thanks, pal. You need anything else? You need anything else, or should I just like go? You know? I am well pleased, good and faithful servant. My people look upon the elements and see there written a divine testament to my lordship. Did ever any other god display such dominion over the earth and sky? But now, with a heavy heart, I must lay a sad burden on you. I bid you to bring the peace of understanding to my missing hand. One of my most faithful guards, one of my very own hands of Almalexia, pledged to honor and protect and serve me in all ways, has lost his mind. Salus Valor has abandoned me and now spews vile and slanderous untruths about me to any who would listen. I pity him and know he is not responsible for his actions. To view the splendor of a god may drive even the strongest mortal mad. Excuse me. But now he presents a threat to us, and he is very dangerous. I fear you may not be able to spare his life. Now, Salus Valor haunts the streets and sewers of Mournhold. His wild, distracted manner frightens the people, but even my ordinators are afraid to confront so terrible a weapon master and war wizard. I beg you, seek out Salus Valor and relieve us of this threat to my beloved people, and bring peace to my sacred city of Mournhold. I never pay attention to lore in games. I just throw on some music and skip all the dialogue. I've been worried about my attention span lately. I got to be honest with you, because like when I play AoE, I have one earbud in here, and then I have another earbud in there. It's one of my wireless earbuds that plays music. So I'm sitting here, music in one ear, the game in the other, and I started doing it with AoE, not AoE. What the hell? This is not AoE. I started doing it with this as well, and it just makes me sit here like, oh man, what if I'm fucking up in the game, aren't I? I'm not gonna be able to do anything without music in, dude. But yeah, let's see. Salus Valor was once my most trusted hand and faithful servant. It is impossible that a mortal and a god might meet on equal ground, but perhaps he had deluded himself. I regret his lamentable state, and I am sorry that I have been partly responsible for his condition. Okay, but where the hell is this dumbass? Where the hell is this guy? Huh?
Come. Bathe
Many
in the
blessings
light
upon
of
you.
my loyal
Nuts on your chin.
blessings upon
Alright,
you,
I'm out of here.
my
Have you wondered why the Dunmer are black and she is golden skinned? It's because she and the other tribunal betrayed you in your previous life to steal god powers. I thought that's just how the Chimer were. I thought the Chimer just had golden skin like that. Yeah, where the hell am I supposed to go though? Sounds like multitasking to me. Might as well be. The Dater God made all Dunmer black as a consequence of their betrayal. Well, that sounds pretty racist. Sounds pretty racist. It was like his last name was Valus or something like that. Valus. Or perhaps I'm supposed to go to the guy, maybe I'm supposed to go to King Helseth and let him know about this. In fact, Alexia sent me to deal with Salus Valor was his name, one of her elite guards. The hands, so where's he at? And what was his name again? I will read somebody's name and then completely forget their name 2 seconds later in this game. I don't know what it is. Salus Valor.
Fresh game.
Mournhold, city of light, city of magic. Mournhold, city of
Yeah,
light.
that
City
dude
of
down there
magic.
just told me that. I thought you were sent to learn more about the attacks. I also told you to stay away from the royal palace until you learned all there is to know. Do not take this job lightly. Alright, okay.
Your
Alright,
loyal
okay.
service shall be
Alright.
rewarded.
Take it easy.
Justice never sleeps.
Oh, the Dunmer are the Chimer. Oh, interesting. I had no clue about that. Oh, man, that's pretty crazy.
What's he doing?
The Daedric God, was that, which god was that? Was that Malakath, too? I'm not sure. His name was like Salus Valor or some shit like that. I gotta find this dude, but I gotta be able to talk to people about him.
Justice
Wait,
never
what?
sleeps.
Was that one? Was that one? Was that one? Was that one? Whom you may trust. Oh, okay, yeah. Go fuck yourself. Say less. Of course not. Who this be?
Justice
Hi, Ordinator.
never sleeps.
Hmm. Maybe I could find them in the... Dude, these fucking things are, like, annoying, you know? Oh, Azura. Oh, okay, alright, I see. Yeah, Azura is one of the Daedric princes that's, like, not actually a shithead, you know?
Justice never sleeps. I'll thank you to be brief, sir.
Ah, you bastard. Jumping over things is so tough in this game sometimes.
Okay, I'm listening.
She punished the Chimer and turned them into ashen-skinned Dunmer. Okay. Yeah, I like the,
Not bad for an
I like...
Very brave. That was you, wasn't it?
I could eat a rat.
I like the lore in Morrowind. It's a really deep, rich lore. So because of that, it's really easy to forget some shit, you know?
Let no thoughts spoil
Blessings upon your house, Sarah.
my ideas. Hey, there's justice never sleeps.
Where can I find this dude? Yes, Saelus Valor. That's who I'm trying to find. You know, he's got to be in God's Reach. He's got to be in God's Reach. I'm hoping he's not in the fucking sewers, dude. I hate having to run around in the sewers. Again, like labyrinths, you know? They're annoying. Although, what if...
The Lord's will be done. See to it. Justice never sleeps. Justice never sleeps. Mournhold.
Did you defeat Dagothar? No, I have not defeated Dagothar yet. I'm kind of waiting. That's going to be like one of the last things I do, you know, in the game. You know, I wanted to kind of experience the rest of the game before I had my first experience fighting the boss, you know.
Walk in Mournhold's
Maybe this dude will know about him. No. Isn't this guy supposed to be dead too? Aren't they supposed to kill this guy? Fagothar. Yo, that was a funny typo. Yeah, I don't know where the hell to find.
Interesting.
I don't know where the hell I'm gonna find this guy. I figured he would be in God's Reach, specifically a place like this, but you know.
Interesting. A tourist.
I'm a busy guy, so if
I
you could
greet
arrange-
Is that him?
Sal's the name.
Damn it.
Shall's the game.
Dude, where the fuck is Saelus Valor, dude? Yeah, so he's in God's Reach. He's in God's Reach. I just gotta. Yeah, I was in the right. I'm actually saving up moon sugar and skooma for the final battle. I'm gonna fucking go into that all skoomed out. Is this him? Nope.
Justice never sleeps.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into the battle with Dagoth, or fucking geeked off the skooma.
Take care, stranger.
This is an interesting looking guy right here.
So, you're her new dog.
Ooh. Ooh. I feel like I should probably... What? Oh.
So, you're her new dog.
Didn't she say it was underground? Nah.
You will suffer greatly.
So she has sent you for me. Now you are her favorite. How convenient. Whichever of us dies, she will be well pleased. And if both of us die, so much the better. Well, I am content. Perhaps this is how it was meant to end. I ask the forgiveness of all the gods and spirits, whoever they may be, and you too might make your peace with your gods, because at least one of us will not live to see another sunset. Well, I didn't want to fucking fight, dude. Especially you. You already look a little fucked up. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Damn. This guy is gonna be absolutely killer. Oh, jeez, dude. I'm about to get fucked up by this guy. Am I... Oh, dude, he fucked my strength up. Oh, man. Oh, man. I made a mistake. Fucking... I should have just immediately jumped all over this guy and fucked him up.
So, you're her new dog.
You know what? Just in case, I'm gonna go ahead there. Where'd he go? Where'd he fucking go? Where is he? Yo, dude just dipped. He's like, oh, alright, I'm out of here. I don't have any bolts. I have some darts I guess I could utilize. I need to keep him away from me. I hate to say it, but I might get to a point where, Oh, what do you mean my crime has been reported? This guy's about to try and fuck me up. Damn, so... Alright, well, Man.
So, you're her new dog.
Alright, whatever.
You will pay.
I'm getting... Damn. I hate to say it, I might have to use console commands to get past this guy. This is my first time playing the game, so I'm not exactly what you would call, leveled the right way in certain ways, you know? I know there's definitely things that I could have done better.
So, you're her new dog.
And then maybe we can... It's just, you know... So what we're gonna do is... I'm trying to find... I have tons of, Summon Golden Saint. I'm gonna, you know, just, stay there. And then... I go here too. And then... I go here too. Oh, damn it, dude. Alright, well, whatever. In that case, Go, 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 go. Everybody fucking get at him. Everybody get at him. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, fuck. Damn. House Telvanni building, low-income housing for Enwas next to my temple. This is Adamoic.
So, you're her new dog.
Fuck it, I'll do Golden Saint, I guess. Summon a Golden Saint. Damn foreigners.
You inward.
Oh, damn it, he's got me. I don't even have enough fucking charge. Fortify short blade. I was gonna sell that, I'm pretty sure. I don't even think that's gonna work. I don't think any of these paralyzed anythings are gonna work. Use paralysis scroll. I don't think that's gonna work. Is the issue. That's why I don't use it. Someone this powerful, it usually does not work from what I've seen. Where is it? Oh, duh. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, it said I resisted magic. But, I mean, I hit him with that and it didn't work. I can't fucking move. Wow. Oh, fuck. Damn it, I can't even see the, 426. Drop that one too. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. See, some of this stuff is stuff that I tell myself I'm gonna sell and then I just don't. You know, that's part of my issue. I don't have any ebony weighing me down, do I? What do I... Oh, you know what? Don't mind me. I'm just gonna, you know... Oh, dude. That would have been funny as shit. I'm gonna have to drop those, though. Oh, come on, come on, come on. We're gonna get him. Hell yeah. And we only had to drop tons of shit that I wanted to sell to people. 296 of 279. Ooh. I don't know why, you know, these things aren't going to matter anyway, but... Why is... I can't see the, I can't see the chat right now. Yeah, no, this is not fucking soap. Wait a second, what? Oh, I wanted these. I was gonna sell those. Even at the armor rating. No. Shit. Was I even wearing those that whole time? In fact, you know what? I'm trying to fix my I'm trying to fix a couple of things. Yeah, so that thing. Not fun. Ooh. Damn. Ebony Scimitar. Of course. Just want to make sure I can drop that thing back, though. Well, get that over here. See if I can get to... If I can get to the castle, which I can, you know. If I can get to the castle, I'll be able to, Alright, hold on one sec. I wanna test something out here. There we go. They crashed. Well. Buy a potion of restore strength at an alchemist. Yeah, no, I'm a member of the temple, so I can just go there. That's what I'm gonna do. You know, because I'm sure that's not gonna go away either. That's probably permanent. I spent way too many hours of my life trying to pick up all the good shit. Yeah, exactly. I need to go to the Imperial Cult.
Good to see you again, friend.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Now I can pick up all that good shit. I'll go to her first, though.
From what
Many blessings upon you, my loyal servant.
Salus Valor is dead. The pain is almost more than I can bear, but you have served me faithfully, and it is in my mind to grant you a divine blessing. Would you like skin as tough as iron? Would you like my protection against paralyzing terror? Excuse me. Or would you wish to always bask in warm comfort of my reflected glory? Quick now, choose. You must not keep your deity waiting. Whoa, all right, take it easy. Protection against paralysis, please. It's one of these two. It's one of these two, man. Man. Which one, chat? Should I go 1 or 2? 1 or 2? Alright. Whatever. I'm gonna go, you see, paralyzing terror is like, I mean, that's the thing, though, is paralysis is always, it's pretty much always temporary. It's not like taking the attributes and stuff like that. So I think I'm gonna do Iron Skin. I bless you with my gift and mark you as my own. Be ever faithful in your service, and you may expect more generous rewards. All right. Welcome. It is time we talked of greater things. I have watched you since your arrival in Vardenfell, and you have been a strong and faithful servant to me. None but the Nerevarine could have succeeded as you have. How long I have waited for this. My Nerevar, return to me at last. I have watched from my temple as others have made the claim, and I have seen them fall. I believe now that you are the one who was prophesied. I believe you now to be the Nerevarine, though I have watched others come and go. My belief is that you are the child of the prophecy. The time has come for you to reclaim your station. Together we can unite Morrowind once again, free from the Imperial yoke. For years, the Chimer and the Dwemer had been at war. The Dwemer spurned the Daedra that the Chimer worshipped, instead placing their faith in their metal creations. It was only when the Nords invaded Resdain that the two nations were able to join as one under the leadership of our Nerevar and the Dwarf King Dumac. In time, the two generals became blood friends, and on the day that Nerevar and I were wed, oh shit, yo, I used to fuck this bitch. I used to fuck this hoe. Dumac presented us with twin blades, Hope's Fire and True Flame. The blade of Nerevar. In the battle beneath Red Mountain, True Flame was shattered, and the flame extinguished, and in the confusion, the pieces lost. It is time for you, Nerevarine, to remake the blade and take your place by my side once again. I have only one I have only one which I now give to you through my magic. I have been able to determine that the other pieces of the blade are nearby. Find the other two pieces of the blade. Forge the blade anew. Only you may accomplish this, Nerevarine. As I said, they are nearby. Look to those in the city that you know and trust for guidance. Find those who would have use for items such as this. Prove your mettle to me, Nerevarine, and soon we will stand together once again. The best weaponsmith in all of Tamriel reside in my city. When you have recovered the pieces of the blade, seek out the finest among these craftsmen and press him into our service. You'll find a number of them in my fair city. It was these artisans who built this city from ruins under my guidance. This glorious temple was erected by men and myrrh of stout heart and strong faith. If any in this land, can forge that blade, they'll be found in my city. Okay, well. Oh, damn it. Oh. So, first things first. Damn, I'm much lighter without all that shit in there. You can see I'm like quicker. I'm quicker. I jump farther. Oh boy. This scimitar looks cool. Take that tower shield. I'm gonna sell that. I need, yeah, all that. I'll take that. Take that. Take that. I'm gonna see if I can't sell these things. Yeah, just like that, I'm not as springy, not as bouncy as I was. Alright, he's got 8,000. Alright, I'm gonna sell this one. I'll just give it to him. Sell this too. Gonna sell. Oh yeah, somebody gave this to me. Oh yeah, the king gave it to me. Sell these to him, I suppose. Is there anything I can take from this guy? Anything that's worthwhile? Adamantium short sword. Yo, what's going on? What's going on, Sparse Dearth? Yeah, we're playing a little bit of Morrowind here. You know, fuck it. I'll eat the 2,000.
Need custom armor.
And then the fuck is that? Oh, broken Dwemer blade piece. You get so many of these things, you can just repair literally everything of yours. You just keep on clicking until nothing's there anymore. Alright, so... Wait a second. Maybe I can talk to that guy then. I gotta figure out where these pieces are. I guarantee every time I sell him something, he wears it.
I'm the one you want.
Yeah, it was True Flame or something like that. I'm gonna head out soon, not like right this second, but probably in the next like 20 to 30 minutes.
Your words shall stand witness for it.
I need to figure out... Hold on. Pieces of the blade are all in Mournhold. As I said, they are nearby. Look to those in the city that you know and trust for guidance. Whatever, just in case.
Take care, stranger.
So yeah, I had a feeling one of them was probably here, and it seems like that's the case. It seems like that's the case from what I was reading. I kind of cheated a little bit. I wanted it in front of me just in case I was at my wit's end, but I kind of was like, oh well, wish to sell something. The museum is interested in purchasing unique artifacts from all of Morrowind. If you have anything we might have an interest in, we can discuss the specifics. I can tell you up front that the museum is willing to offer half the total value of any artifact sold, up to 30,000 gold. We do have a limited budget, you see. Well, interesting. Well, the Paladin's Blade, a wonderful find to be sure. Do you wish to part with it? Yeah, deal. Fucking take it. 30,000 gold, I'm alright with that. It's fine with me. I sold it to her. When it's gonna appear here? When's it gonna appear here? Did I just say when it's gonna? Jeez. I must be tired. Stendar's hammer. Ah, here it is. The thing's pretty cool.
Mournhold, city of light, city of magic.
Boots of blinding speed. Well, they're certainly interesting, aren't they? An odd combination of enchantments, to be sure. Do you wish to sell the item to the museum? It's not much, but I can offer... Yeah, get... Fuck you. Nah, I'm gonna keep that. I'm wearing that right now. Stendar's hammer. Okay. So I am gonna have to donate 2 things to her. Yeah, okay, I'll sell it. Only just figuring out you were calling Chimaev chimpanzee yesterday. I don't know many fighter names. Yeah.
It's another
Trust in God and
perfect
justice.
day.
Alright, I don't know how to talk to this woman. to get that shit, you know? Huh. Yeah, like, I'm supposed to be able to get this chick. Supposed to be able to get this chick's shit.
City of magic.
I donated 2 things. There's supposed to be a dwarven shield with a piece of blade stuck in it.
Justice never sleeps.
Your name is what? Don't worry about that, Zach. Oh, pieces of the blade, duh. The pieces of the blade of Nerevar are here in Mournhold. Now there's something I'd like to get my hands on for the museum. I can't say that I've seen anything like any of that, but any that I know of, excuse me, but I do have one piece from roughly the same time, and it seems to be of Dwemer construction. I don't even have it on display because I haven't been able to positively identify it yet. It's a shield of Dwemer make, but not traditional in any sense of the word. The pieces of it just don't seem to match, and I've wondered if it isn't some sort of fake. I suppose I might be able to part with it, but I'll need some compensation. I'm always looking for new pieces, blah, 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 blah. If you would be willing to donate a couple to the museum, I'd be willing to part with the shield. Wait a second, so... Do I have to donate, though? Ah, are you fucking kidding me? Alright, well... I guess I have to give her the fucking boots of blinding speed. And then I need something else. Ah, man.
Welcome to
Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? Because I know where this chick is. I also know where to get the other one. I don't wanna give up this helm, right? This helm is, for one thing, extremely expensive. This is the most expensive thing I have in the game, right? But then in addition to that, it helps me with my agility and my endurance, in addition to being, you know, an alright helmet. Maybe reload. Yeah. I mean, let's see what kind of save games I have. Hmm. Yeah, fuck it. I'll do it. I'll see what happens. Oh, dude, I have to go back to the temple. I have to go back to the temple, then I have to go back to her, then I have to go back and get my shit, then I have to sell it, then I have to go there and I have to give up those fucking shits that I had.
What withstand I, citizen?
Oh yeah, this dude. Fuck. Yeah. I remember him. I had some shit. I gave some shit to him a while ago, and I'm curious what he's got. Yeah, nothing worthwhile. Damn. Alright, there we go. This fucking idiot always gets lost. He only ever gets lost.
Come, bathe in the light of my mercy.
Alright. I didn't save because, you know, fucking I didn't think it was gonna be that big of a deal. And it's really not. You know, it's not a huge deal anyway. Fucking what, I gotta do the last like 10 minutes over? Oh, how awful. You know? Yeah, that's right, fucking bitch. Alright, so I'm gonna sell that shit to this guy. You see, the guy I hired for 250 gold is already gone. I'm wondering if I can give it the dwarven crossbow too. I'm interested about that idea. So yeah, you're gonna take this, and then you're gonna take that. And was that it, or did I give him? I gave him like, I might have given. Yeah, I gave him these dwarven darts. I am curious about them though. Ah, bastard. Alright, whatever. Just take it.
Say your
Need custom armor. I'm the one you want.
Pieces of the blade, yes. Alright, so dagger of fuckhead. We're gonna donate this item. And boots of blinding speed, actually. I can donate these because the boots of blinding speed are not that, you know. Oh man, 10,000 gold for that. But anyway, I'll donate that item. And then I will sell this bad Larry. I'm rich. Okay, now LMNO, one piece. Perfect. Okay, so Dwemer Battle Shield.
Museum of Artifacts.
Yes, so I believe I have to go take this to somebody who can forge it out. Which I would assume it's going to be this guy right here. If we got Van Buren instead of Fallout 3, I would probably cry. Yeah, I'm curious about what Van Buren would have been like. I know there was a demo of it. I know there was a demo, but I don't know much about the demo. The demo was kind of short, you know. Are you playing the Lusty Argonian Maid playthrough? I probably should, Officer Doofy. I probably should. Dwemer Battle Shield has been removed from your inventory. Okay, perfect. Alright, cool. Now, let's see. Oh, dude, I can't sell this shit to that guy.
Custom armor. I'm the one you want.
Because I think that Battle Shield, yeah, that's heavy. I don't need that. I'm wondering if I can sell that back to her. If not, I might just drop it. Yeah, nah. You know what? Alright. Fucking take it then, you idiot.
It's another
Justice never
perfect
sleeps.
day in Mournhold.
All right, so then I need to go talk to Carrot, whatever the fuck his dumbass name is. Nope.
Justice never sleeps.
I just started playing Skyrim back. Yeah, I haven't played Skyrim in a long time. I'd like to play it with some mods, specifically a mod that fleshes out the Skyrim Civil War a little bit more. Specific, like they have mods that put an actual front line that you can manage, and I thought that was really cool.
Good to see you again.
Did Skyrim play through last year as an illusion assassin? It was pretty fun. That sounds interesting.
City of
Legion
magic.
Depot. Why the hell am I here? Silly me. Went the wrong way, didn't I? Did I go the wrong way? I went in through the wrong door, didn't I? Oh, well, what you gonna do?
Justice never sleeps.
I saw Skyblivion, really cool. I play with populated roads and lively cities, adds depth. I don't know what they are. I don't know what that is. Populated roads is pretty self-explanatory, you know, but
Empire,
lively
king,
cities.
and
Get
justice.
the fuck out of my way. You literally have to play this game with console commands. If you don't, shit like that's gonna happen all the time. Yeah. Yes. I gotta talk to Big Black over here. Carrot. What can Carrot do for you, mighty one? When I was a child, my father gave me this weapon. He told me that as long as I had it, none would defeat me in battle, until the rightful owner came to claim it from me. I know that you are the one of whom he spoke. I give it to you freely. May it serve you as well as it has served me. Odd Dwemer weapon has been added to your inventory. Okay, so odd Dwemer weapon. Odd Dwemer weapon. Huh. Interesting.
Did the woman put starch in my shorts?
So you can tell it's the handle. So the blade is, you know, just the blade, but the handle specifically is probably for you know, the Nervarine sword. True Flame.
Justice never
Fallout 3 is the only game I've put over 6,000 hours into, and I've played through it 7 times. So yeah, saying I love that game is an understatement. Yeah, that's the kind of shit I was on with Fallout 3 as well, and then Fallout New Vegas after, you know. Love the hell out of that shit. I played Fallout 1 and was feeling upset at myself as a gamer because I had to look stuff up, but if I hadn't, I'd have spent a half hour longer trying to figure out how to escape a jail I could never have. Exactly, like, you know, I could give a fuck. I've been using console commands this whole time. If I'm getting frustrated with, like, an inability to clear a dungeon, I'll hit fucking set fatigue 0, and I'll still level up because I'll just be blasting the fuck out of people who can't fight back. Literally, like, it's all about enjoying yourself, you know, and that's one thing that I've always hated. I'm actually, now that I think of it, I'm going to, I believe the audio is still very high. Yes, here. Like, that's one thing that I've really grown to hate about, you know, the video game world, and it's been like that for as long as I can remember, is like, you know, if you use cheats, you're a bitch. It's like, this is a fucking leisure activity, dude. Do you think I give that much of a shit about it? Literally nothing good comes from playing video games. Like, nothing. Like, nothing good is coming from me doing this right now, if we're just being honest here. What's good about it is that I get to hang out with you guys. That's it. But I don't need to be playing a video game to sit here talking to you guys, you know? So when people are like, dude, you use fucking cheats, oh, bitch, or like, I'll look up, like there's an issue that I have, right? And I'm like, oh, I don't know how to do this. And I'll go to Reddit. and I'll ask. I don't even know what I'm doing in here. I'm supposed to be somewhere else. I'll go to Reddit to ask, like, hey, you know, like how, or not even ask, but just to look up somebody who has already asked, hey, how do I deal with this situation? And someone will be like, you get fucking good. Or like, they'll be like, why don't you man up and instead of asking for ways out, figure it out yourself? Like, literally that type of shit. And it's like, yo, fucking stick your head in an oven, you fucking freak. Get out of here, you know? Just because you have nothing better to do and this is the only way that you can feel that you're accomplishing something in your life doesn't mean I'm the same way. This is a fun activity for me to do after work. Fucking leave me alone, you know?
That guy looks familiar. Do I care?
There it is again.
Get good, pussy. Exactly.
I'm the one you want.
Speak quickly.
Holy shit, dude. What do you want? I'm here to make weapons, not chat. Oh, forge the blade. You've got some interesting pieces there. I can work with this. Make the best blade you've ever seen. Not that I figure you'd know. Daikatana from a butter knife. Come back in 2 days' time, and I'll have your blade. Now leave me alone. Gee, thanks. Gee, thanks, fucking asshole.
What was that?
What the fuck? Scott hates gamers like me. Dude, I can't stand him. Can't stand him. Reddit is good for video game shortcuts, and that's about it. It's not even good for that, because fucking, like, you can't do anything on Reddit, dude.
How interesting. A
Fucking...
tourist.
Anyway, I was trying to make the thing stop, because I was gonna go on a rant, but, I've been looking around, right? I've made it no secret that I'm probably gonna be leaving Massachusetts, like, soon. Not like tomorrow soon, but like on the sooner side, you know? I'm probably not gonna be living in Massachusetts this time next year if everything goes the way that I think it will and the way that I want it to, right? And I'm looking around on Reddit. I'm just asking different, like, not even asking, I'm just looking for information on different places. And I go to a subreddit and I ask, and the same thing happened with Blood Games too, mind you, right? Like the same thing happened 2 times with Blood Games. I go to a subreddit for a state that I'm thinking of moving to, and I'm like, hey, just looking for good places to move in the state. I'm looking for a place that has relatively low crime for a cheaper, you know, rate that you'll find for like your typical rent and stuff like that. And instead of people just giving me the information that I asked for, instead of just telling me, hey, like, this is, with the information that you gave me, this is what I could tell you. Instead of somebody doing that, what like 5 people did was they were like, I need more info. What do you do for work? Where around where are you trying to live in the state? You got to give me more info, bud. Like, that kind of guy. Fucking, I can't stand that kind of Reddit guy, and that kind of Reddit guy doesn't get enough hate. He doesn't get enough of a spotlight as to how shitty he is. You know? I can't stand those guys. Same thing happened with Blood Games, right? I wanted to figure out where I could get some supplies for Blood Games, right? Including shit like this. The fucking LARP swords and stuff like that. So, being someone who doesn't know where to get that shit, I go to r/LARP and I ask, hey, I'm just looking for a couple of websites where I could maybe get some LARP swords or some gear from. And instead of telling me these websites, which they could have easily done, and I could have gone to the websites and I could have figured out what I wanted to get from the site. I could have coordinated with Jet and Ben or Jacob, because he's kind of the arms guy, right? He's the guy that was handling that type of stuff, and I could have figured out what I wanted and what I needed. What they did was they sat there and they were like, well, what rule set are you playing by? You need to tell me what rule set you're playing by so I can give you an accurate, I can get an accurate understanding of what you're looking for and what you need. I mean, you don't want to take a level 1 sword into a level 3 battle, because then you'll be whacking people with something that's going to really hurt them, even though that's against the rules of what you're doing. And you know what? I think you need to hire somebody. Literally, they tried to say that I should pay somebody for the expertise, the quote unquote expertise of fake sword fighting. They wanted me to pay them, is basically what they wanted. And they also wanted to use that as a means to try and feel like they know what they're talking about, you know? It's like if you guys asked me a question, I would give you a very specific answer that pertaining to martial arts. If you asked me a question pertaining to martial arts, I would give you an answer that you're probably not going to get from somebody who doesn't know. But also, like, we're not talking about martial arts here. We're talking about foam swords. We're talking about foam swords here, you know? Like, they want to feel like they have my level of expertise about foam swords, is what they want. So because of that, they're instead of just giving you an answer based off of the info you gave, what they're trying to do is parse more information out of you. That way they can be like, oh, well, you know, if you want this kind of sword, what you're going to look for is this, and you're going to look for that. You're going to look for something that's made with memory foam, because memory foam is actually really good for this kind of sword. It's durable, it's soft. You know, it always bounces back. You're not going to want like the PVC pipe that goes in the middle of it. What you're going to want instead is a wood. You're going to want a wooden shaft that is going to be in the center. That's going to be the core. They want to be able to sit here and talk shop with you in the way that like a mechanic would talk to you about your car, is what they want. They want to be like a mechanic talking about a car to somebody who doesn't know anything about cars. They want to be able to be like, yeah, well, the carburetor's a little bit busted, and you know, because of that, it's going to leak into the fuel exhaust, and you know, the fuel exhaust is going to make a farting noise, and you know, your timing belt is gonna come undone. Like, that's the type of shit they want to say. I don't know shit about cars, if you couldn't tell. But like, that's what they're looking for. So it's like, you can't even go to Reddit for anything, because they're gonna turn around and they're gonna be like, I need more info, bud. Because it's not about helping you, it's about them feeling like they're an expert and that you would have been completely and totally lost without them. And guess what? I got my fucking sword. I didn't need Reddit. I didn't need Reddit to tell me. I got my sword. I even had a fucking dagger that I painted myself. You know? I was damn proud of this thing. I was damn proud. It's a really simple paint job, but I really liked how regal it looked. I really like how regal this thing looks. The lore for this dagger was gonna be that I took it from Goldstraven. That I went searching through Goldstraven's shit after he died, and I found this thing. And you know, it's got some kind of enchantment on it or something like that. That's why it was going to be different from the one that I had last year that was just a regular ass dagger. This one, I bought it, it was completely black like the blade, and I painted it. And I was going to keep on painting it so that it was just even more and more vibrant, and you know, there were less like spots and shit like that. Fucking like, I'm proud of this. It's simple, but I'm proud of it. You know? But yeah, it's just like fucking awful, dude. You know, having to deal with Reddit assholes. What's going on, Snurf G? I see you're on Twitch today. Interesting to see you on Twitch today. It's good to have you here regardless of where you're at, though. This game is okay. This game is okay. It's not as good as Oblivion. It's not as good... In some ways, it's not as good as Skyrim. But I'm having fun with it. I'm glad that I played it, but I wouldn't rank it at the top of the food chain, if I'm being honest with you. You know... Maybe it's because I played it 20 years too late. I don't know. Maybe I'm just spoiled by modern games. I don't know. But you know what? I did think Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 were probably better. Or if not, they are on par with a Fallout 3 and a New Vegas. Definitely better than Fallout 4. Easy. You know? No question. No question. You know? But yeah, fucking... It's itchy. Nah, I'm a Reddit mod. That sword actually sucks, dude. Exactly. Like, it's not everybody was meant to feel important. You know, not everybody was meant to feel special. Not everybody was meant to feel like they were somebody that you wanted to listen to, you know, or that you should listen to or anything like that. But unfortunately, Reddit is a place where if you have nothing better to do, you can hang around and you become the gatekeeper. Because that's what these guys were doing, is they were gatekeeping information about a state. And they were gatekeeping information about a LARP sword, a website. All I asked was for the name of a website, and I would take a look at it, and I would figure myself out. But instead, they decide they want to be like the fucking Megalomart in King of the Hill, you know? I need a hammer. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to buy a hammer. Okay, but like, what are you trying to do with the hammer? Hammer nails. Where is the hammer? Like, literally, you have those kinds of fucking conversations. And that comes from what happens when you go to Walmart or Sears, back when Sears was a thing, or like the Home Depot or Lowe's or something like that. Is like, you used to get people trying to like G check you. They try to like G check you about what you're doing. Whether it's because they're like, oh, maybe I can help this guy better, or if it's because they're like, well, I want to feel like I can totally tell this guy how to do the job, you know? And it's like, fuck. You get these guys though, they don't have anything better to do. Their lives are so unfulfilled that all they do is hang around on Reddit waiting for someone like me to come in and be like, hey, I'm not a nerd fucking loser. I'm actually getting ready to make fun of what you guys do for 2 whole weeks. Fucking, I'm gonna get to make fun of what you guys do for 2 whole weeks. What's the best sword for that? Well, you gotta let me know exactly what kind of thing you're doing. It's like, get the fuck out of my face. Not even and that's the thing, I didn't even ask for the best sword. I just asked for a website, a good website to go to. It's like, fuck, man, you know? Reddit keeps retards from reality, though, pretty much. That's the worst thing about it, you know? You might like Titan Quest. Interesting. Zachary says retire it. I don't know what he's talking about retiring. I watched the second episode of King of the Hill new season. Dale using colloidal silver as throat spray before dragging a cig was pretty great. Yeah, some of the stuff Dale did was pretty funny, but like, what made me hate what they did to Dale immediately was the way they had like the way they reintroduced his character, and he's like, I'm an election denier, like that type of shit. Oh, I ran on a no mask campaign. No masks at all. And it was just like, you fucking... That was awful to listen to, dude. It dragged out way too long, too. It dragged out way too long. Like, they all thought that was hilarious what they were doing. They all thought that was the best thing ever. And it was just bad from the get-go. You know, that was the worst reintroduction of an old beloved character. But, you notice the amount of people who are happy for that rat-lit, boring-ass fighter dominating victory, but but imagine every fight for the next year was just wrestling. People would be mad. Oh yeah, you know, nobody actually thinks that's interesting. Nobody actually thinks that was good. Everybody understands how bad that was, that Chimaev won that way. And there's different reasons why it was bad. It's not even just bad for one reason, you know? It's bad because this is an elite level wrestler who was afraid of some South African guy. You can say what you want about, oh, he dominated him. He didn't go for a finish once. If he did, it was given up immediately. He did not want to give DDP a single inch, and that's why he did butt knees the entire night. That's why it was butt knees and crucifix with boinking him, you know, boinking him on the head in the crucifix position. That looks really bad for Chimaev, if we're being honest here. That was not a championship-worthy performance from him, but the reality is somebody's got to walk away with that belt, and DDP didn't exactly deserve it either. It's one of those situations where nobody deserved it. It's just DDP deserved it a little bit less, you know? But then in addition to that, it's also bad for the sport because it's showing people that yes, you can win that way. It is a viable option. It is acceptable, you know? And a lot of people who will dick ride Chimaev, geez, where'd you come from? A lot of people who dick ride Chimaev, they're specifically doing it for a couple of reasons. Either one, they're like a Muslim or they're like pro-Muslim in some way, shape, or form, in the way that you have some Western dudes named like John Smith who dick ride the Dagestanis. Oh, dude, they wrestle bears. They wrestle bears, bro. Dude, those guys wrestle bears. You better not fuck with them, right? Or it's like a jujitsu guy. Like I've seen so many pure jujitsu guys, not even wrestlers, like mainly jujitsu guys who are like, that was a masterful performance. That was an exciting fight. I was on the edge of my seat the whole night. And it's like, no, you fucking weren't. It's the same thing as what I was talking about with the Reddit guys, where a lot of people are desperate to try and feel as though they know something that the average person doesn't, and they understand things on a level that is deeper than the average person does. As a jiu-jitsu black belt, I've said it before, as a jiu-jitsu black belt and a guy who wrestled in high school, I can tell you there was nothing technically impressive about what Chimaev did. Other than the takedowns, that is, I will give him the takedowns. I have to give him the takedowns. Though, like, his ability to chain wrestle to get a takedown is stupendous. I'll give him that. But outside of that, the actual groundwork is something that you could teach a person to do after 1 week of jujitsu or wrestling or anything like that. It's not. It was.
Spare a moment or two.
Shut the fuck up. It was not impressive. Okay. The people who are jiu-jitsu black belts, jiu-jitsu guys who are talking like, that was amazing, that was crazy, he dominated the whole time, it was a masterclass in control. They're trying to flex that they have a jiu-jitsu black belt or a belt in general, or a belt in general, you know, is what they're trying to do. They're just trying to flex that they do jiu-jitsu, that they do grappling, and they're trying to separate themselves from the average UFC fan who's going to look at that and be like, that fucking sucks. Because much like someone who will pretend to like modern art, to them, it's a way for them to feel as though they're a cut above, that they're cultured, that they understand things that the average person doesn't, therefore they're better. It's an elitist sort of attitude. It's an elitist way of looking at things. And me personally, I just want to see good fights. I want to see good, exciting fights. I want to see what people wish they could be, because that's what people are watching when they watch these modern day gladiatorial bouts, is they're looking for the human ideal, the masculine ideal of going in there knowing that you could be seriously injured, but you're going to perform to your best anyway, and you're not going to give up. The referee is going to have to stop it before you're going to give up, and you're going to leave it all out there. There's going to be nothing left when you walk out of that octagon. But instead, what you have now, and it's largely due to a lot of these Eastern European wrestlers who just happen to be Muslim for some reason, it has a lot to do with them coming in and not giving a fuck about being men about it, just giving a fuck about whether or not they win or lose on paper, you know? The idea that Khabib, the guy who pretty much started this new trend, the idea that he is the greatest of all time is laughable. He is not even in the top 10. He might not even be in the top 20. And if you think he's in the top 10, it shows how much of a fucking rube you are. It shows how much of a dumbass you are. The guy does not deserve to be in that talk. Even Jon Jones has more of a claim to greatest of all time than Khabib Nurmagomedov does, if we're being honest here. And I don't think Jon Jones is the greatest of all time. I think there's a lot of things you could say about him that kind of knock him down a few pegs. But someone like Khabib, forget about it. Fucking forget about it. He does not deserve it. He did not beat the plethora of names that a lot of other guys have beaten in any era of the sport. And in addition to that, he did it in a way that was just purely just grossly boring and annoying. And
Yet I do think he meant well.
Exactly.
Any time now.
This one's being annoying. Anyway, it's like he did not beat the plethora of people that other people from other eras, including this era, have beaten, right? I think Volkanovski has a better claim to being the greatest of all time. I think Topuria, the way he's going, he'll have a claim that is more valid than Khabib. Max Holloway will have a claim that is more valid, you know? Like, even Islam Makhachev, dude, will have a bigger claim than someone like Khabib, if we're being honest here, you know? But it's just absolutely positively like, it's just people just suck, man, you know? And it sucks to see my sport. It sucks to see my sport, the sport that, like, after I became too old to play baseball, I became too old to play football, all that stuff. The thing that I immersed myself into and that I made my life, it is awful to have jumped into this thinking that we were all doing it because there was a certain ideal that we were aspiring to, that we wanted to feel like modern day gladiators and stuff like that. But what's happening now is there's shysters, there's nerds, there's guys that don't care about the spirit of what we're doing. They just care about numbers on a fucking screen or a piece of paper or stuff like that. It sucks to see them coming in here and ruining the sport. Whether it's a coach, like, say, an Eric Nixick kind of guy, a guy who never actually fought in any real way. He was like a college football guy, and he decided he'd get into MMA because he was like, yeah, fuck it, why not? Or if it's a situation like with fucking Chimaev or Khabib or something like that. Dudes whose striking is abysmal, and they're not going to fight fair. They're gonna hold you up against the cage. They're going to hold you down on the mat and not actually do damage. They're gonna do what a bouncer does. They're gonna do a more boring version of what a bouncer at a bar does every Friday and Saturday and sometimes Sunday night in Boston or New York or out in LA or something like that. It sucks, man. You know, the sport is dying. It's not going to be dead per se, but it's dying compared to what it used to be and compared to what it was supposed to be at this point. And there's a bunch of different reasons for it. It's not just that some fucking Muslim Russians came in, but there is a large chunk of it that has to do with the type of fighting that is occurring because the nerds started crunching numbers and they decided that this is the best way to fight. And it just also happens to be the most boring because the best way to fight in their mind is going to be the way that is going to maximize the return, which means the safest way to fight and the easiest, most direct, and the safest way to fight and the safest way to get a victory, which in a lot of cases is holding a guy down and 10-9ing your way to a victory. You know, it just sucks. Scott's at that age where he's on the front porch waving his fist saying, back in my day. But basically, you're not even fucking wrong, you know? Fucking, and that's the other thing too, is like, it's not even just grappling. Like, striking sucks nowadays too, because there's a cookie cutter MMA striking style that has come out where it's like 70 to 80% hands, it's 10 to 20% feet, and when you're throwing, you're not like throwing with reckless abandon, you know? You're nice and loose, jab, cross, hook, right? You're only throwing at like 75 to 80% intensity, hoping that you're going to catch a dude in a way that it's going to knock him on his ass and then you can finish him, right? Whether it's a submission or if it's you know, ground and pound or something like that, you know? That's what's going on even with striking. You don't have dudes that go in there and they just fucking throw ham hocks at each other anymore. You know, that's not the way it works. You have some dudes like Justin Gaethje, who he's on his way out. you know? Dudes that go in there and they're like, let's fucking scrap. That's what we're here to do, right? We're here to fight, so let's fucking fight. But you're not seeing that as much anymore. And again, there's multiple reasons for this kind of shit, you know? But one of the big reasons is that there's nerds who came in and they're like, hey man, don't throw as hard as you can. Only throw like 80%. You know, nice and loose, nice and crisp. You know, look, just make contact. That's all you need is just make contact with the dude. You make contact with him, one of those things is going to put him down. You don't got to make contact at 100%. Just try and touch him. Just touch him a little bit, you know? It fucking sucks, man. You know, the same thing happened with boxing too. You know, you see a certain style of boxing that's almost cookie cutter today. And it's just no fun, man. That's why I don't watch boxing. It's just not fun, you know? Might as well just do battle bots at that point, pretty much. The GSPs, the Conor McGregor initial hype, or the Anderson Silva are gone. These people all had swagger and finesse. Their aura had guys even wanting to suck them off. Yeah. Man. LOL was thinking of BattleBots too. That's crazy. The art evolved for 20 years and then plateaued, apparently. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's refinement culture. Refinement culture comes for everything that becomes big enough. You know, and as time goes on, you have cookie cutter shit that comes out the cut, you know? And it loses its soul, you know? MMA unfortunately has lost its soul, and it needs to have reformative measures taken. There needs to be reformative measures, if that's even the word that I'm looking for. These measures need to be taken to protect the integrity of the sport, you know? I'm gonna turn my light off real quick. One sec. You know, like, it happens with a lot of things, man, you know? It happens with a lot of things. It happens with everything, you know? Anything that becomes a cultural institution, there's some kind of refinement that takes place, and it's really unfortunate. It really sucks, man, you know? What's going on, Primus Steve? You know, and I talk about it every now and again. You know, that's what happened with the internet. You know, refinement culture took over the internet. You know, and that refinement culture took the form of a couple of different things. You know, that's why we're dealing with family friendly content guidelines and stuff like that on YouTube now, as opposed to how it used to be. You know, and it's just not as fun as it used to be, man. The world sucks compared to how it used to. The internet was a wild west. MMA was a wild west. And we're never going to get it back in the form that we had it before. MMA, we could, potentially. But, you know, that's because the money will talk with MMA. People eventually will be like, I don't want to watch this anymore. And UFC pay-per-views, not that they're doing pay-per-views like that anymore, but UFC viewership will go down. And also Dana said that they might still do pay-per-views every now and again, you know, but like the bottom line is people are going to stop watching it, and they're not going to be able to like they're going to have to ask themselves, okay, what's going on here, you know? When it comes to the internet, though, we're never going to get that back. That's Pandora's box has been opened, you know? Oh, man. You guys see that one? I just want to spit because whenever I do something like that, it feels a little gross after. You know, as much as it does suck, I do feel we're entering into a new age where the pendulum is swinging back, and because of that, you might see a little bit more freedom and stuff like that. Now is the time, if you're going to try to be Mr. E-Celeb, if I'm being honest with you, now is the time to try your best to get in on the ground floor of that, is what I'm realizing, you know? Because, like, when you look at a lot of these guys that you think of as, like, E-Celebs and shit like that, a lot of the time they just happen to be the first guy or one of the first guys doing a certain thing or having a certain point of view or, like, you know, whatever, during, like, some kind of big change and stuff like that, you know? Oh, excuse me. So if you guys want to be Mr. Big E-Celeb, it might be time for you to become a right-wing grifter, like some of the people on 4chan think I am, you know? As if I haven't had my beliefs for fucking close to 10 years now, you know? I just knew that it probably wasn't a good idea to be screaming to the high heavens some of the shit that I talk about back when I first met Sam, you know? Sorry, I'm just looking around right now. Just looking around at Twitter. Gonna check Instagram as well. The year of the grift, basically. You know? I mean, I can make money on Twitter now. I don't know how long that's going to last for, because in order to qualify for their ad sharing thing, you need 5 million impressions, 5 million views over the last 3 months. And I don't think I'm going to have another viral tweet again. That thing's still making the rounds. I'm getting people who know me IRL. My brother sent it to me. My brother had a friend send him my tweet, not knowing that I am related to him. Like, my brother opens his phone, sees the tweet being sent to him. It wasn't even a tweet. It was an Instagram post of a screenshot of the tweet. Somebody sent that to my brother, and he was like, "Hey, that's my brother." And then he sent it to me and told me about it. Fucking a kid that I used to coach. He graduated high school this year. A kid I used to coach shows me the fucking tweet. Again, it's another Instagram post that somebody made using the tweet. And I was just like, what the fuck, you know? But I'm probably not going to have another viral tweet like that. That's probably my one and done. That's my 15 seconds of fame there. So it's like, I think 3 months from now, a little bit less at this point, I'm probably not going to be getting paid by Twitter anymore. So I'm like, I'm kind of sitting here scrambling, like, well, how do I maximize this? I'm just testing out different stuff, trying to figure out how I can get more eyes on me. That way, maybe I can get a payout of more than $2, you know? But hey, we'll see, you know? I would like to, like, I do this shit for fun, but if there was a real way for me to actually make money, I would do it. Because why not? Because owning a job, having a job fucking sucks, you know? Like, literally, going into this year of my job, because it's probably going to be the last year that I'm here at this place, because I'm getting ready to move, like, out of the state. I told myself my goal is to find as many ways that I can take at least one day off per week, and I'm already doing a pretty good job. I'm already doing a pretty good job because the way they scheduled me, I'm only going to be working Tuesday to Friday this week, so fantastic. Then the week after that, I have something I have to do on Friday. So great, that's 2 weeks, only 4 days, that week. Yeah, I'm off to a great start, you know. But like, having a job fucking sucks, dude. It's no fun. So if I could not have to have a job, I would. And that's why I gave Aryeh the advice that I gave him, is because, like, even though he's in a situation where he's like, well, every time I get a job, I get fired, and that's a bad thing, and I don't want that to happen. Like, I think Aryeh is someone who could definitely be an internet personality. And I think one of the things, for one thing, he needs to link up with Airsoft Fatty. He needs to link up with Airsoft Fatty. He unfollowed me on Instagram. I don't know what the deal was. He and we only ever had good like interactions with each other. I don't know. I don't know why he would do that. I noticed one day. I was like, huh, interesting. Like, I've noticed Chris isn't getting back to me anymore. I wonder what the deal is. And then sure enough, fucking he unfollowed me. I decided to check. But what's it called? Like, Aryeh needs to get in touch with Airsoft Fatty because there's opportunities that he can afford. Like Aryeh could go to Rolling Loud. He could go to this place. He could go to that place with Airsoft Fatty. Like he would, they would complement each other well. Kind of like how Bert was going around with him too. But then in addition to that, I think Aryeh, in addition to being kind of like, doing that, he could also start a channel dedicated to cartoons and musicals and things like that. Like, that's the type of shit that belongs on YouTube in the first place, and you get a surprising amount of views from people who are just like, whatever, slop content, let's go for it, I used to watch the fuck out of the Mysterious Mr. Enter. The thing is, I like animation. I don't like animation on the level Aryeh does, though. I couldn't tell you the names of studios. I know a couple of studio names, Klasky Chupo, for instance, right? Made Duckman, Rugrats, Real Monsters. They actually did the first few seasons of The Simpsons as well, believe it or not. But like, I don't know about it on the level he does, but like, his amount of expertise is the type of shit that like I could listen to a video about. Like, he could tell me the history of a cartoon, and he could review an episode of that cartoon and talk all about how this happened and that happened, and this guy did that, and I didn't really like this. I didn't think that was a good thing. I don't think that was really in character for SpongeBob. I don't think SpongeBob would have done that. I think that's outside of the realm of his character, so I don't think that was actually a good move. Like, he could definitely 100% do that, and I would watch one of those videos, And it's like, if he can make money to survive off of that, then it's like, fuck, man, like, good. Fantastic, dude. I want nothing less. I want nothing less than that for Aryeh. Cole, too. I remember Cole was complaining about his construction job where his family owns the company. It's like, yeah, even if you own the company, construction's rough work. Fuck, man. Like, I hope Cole's doing all right. I hope he can find a way to get out of that bullshit and not have to do it. I don't give a fuck. He said some shit, about me once. Who cares, Whimsical Masshole says sleep. Not yet. Sleep is for the weak. Sleep is for the weak. Scott, God bless. Peace out, Whimsical Masshole. I appreciate you popping in. The Rational Skeptic, yeah. Where can I follow Aryeh? I gotta check what his Twitter is again. I'll pull it up and I'll let you know though. Aryeh. Yes. So his Twitter is R_yay, like YAY official. So follow him there, and then he's got a link tree that you can use to follow him elsewhere. I I don't know what his YouTube channel or anything is called. So, you know, that's kind of why. But yeah. I found myself not caring if people are dickheads anymore since I understand every job is ass and fuck working to live and having to die to work. I get why they are mad. Yeah. Yeah. There's a line where it's like, hey, like, I don't expect you to be like, well, hi, welcome to. I don't expect you to be that way, but also, like, when I come through the grocery line, you better at least say hello to me, or else I'm gonna, like, that's gonna piss me off, and I'm gonna be rude to you now. I'm not gonna be, like, rude necessarily, but, like, don't try and turn around after you didn't say hello to me and be like, hand me my receipt and be like, thank you. I'm just gonna fucking snatch it out of your hand, like, halfway aggressively, and I'm gonna fucking walk off. Like, I'm gonna give you the same level of rude that you kind of gave me, you know? But overall, it's like, just say hello. It doesn't matter if it's like, hi. Just say it, you know? But yeah, like, I do try to have that level of like, okay, working sucks, man. I've worked jobs like this before. Sometimes you're having a bad day, and this is a bad job, you know? But yeah, like, having to work in general sucks. Having to work and all you can do is work. That is terrible. You know, that really is terrible, you know? And that's the situation that I'm in, and that's why I'm always pissed off, you know? Howdy, partner. Oh man. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna finish this piece. What I gotta do is I gotta rent a bed and go for the day.
I suppose I could spare a moment or two.
I have to.
If you want something, now's the time to talk. Greetings,
I have to
Doctor. What
sleep
can I
for
do
2
you?
days. Wait a second, can I? It should tell me, but it will take him 2 days to complete it. I just slept for like 4. What the? Get the fuck away from me, you freak! Sneaking up behind me and shit like that. You're lucky I don't kill you. Anyway, one game of AOE. Okay, all right. I'll finish this and then I'll boot up one game of AOE. I just gotta go grab a sword from this guy over here. I'm gonna be working until I die if I am lucky. Oh man,
Need custom
could only
hardware.
imagine how
On the
Ecuador.
one you want.
Oh no. Use your blade, and before you ask, I don't know why it doesn't burn. I'm a smith, not an enchanter. You want Dwemer enchantments on this thing? Talk to a Dwemer. Oh, interesting. I know, they're all dead, but look, I've heard rumors of a powerful Dwemer mystic, Radak Stungthsum, that lived in Bams Amshend. He's long gone, but maybe some of his writings still exist. If you can find any of them, I'll see what I can do for you. Interesting. Alright, well, I'll save this. Mentally, I can't not work. You see, and I'm in a similar vein. Like, I'll be honest with you, I feel like last summer was wasted because I was so focused on things other than trying to do like YouTube stuff or anything like that, that I feel like I sort of wasted away. I gotta be honest with you, you know? It wasn't a very productive summer like last time, you know, like last summer. Oh, excuse me. But the thing is, like, I'm an industrious person by myself anyway, you know? I'm a very industrious guy anyway, so it's like whatever. Like when I don't have something, I usually am able to give myself something to do. And that's how I know that I would be an all right. Oh.
Thank you, Scott.
Hey, thank you, Primus Steve. I appreciate that, man. You know, thank you for the $10. But yeah, like that's how I know I'd be an all right businessman, is because I can be very single minded. I can be singly focused on one thing. And what was I gonna say? Like I can be obsessively focused on it, and I can wake up and I can get right to trying to work on that thing, you know? Um but yeah. What? Oh. How do you retire nowadays? I look at the old people that saved 300K 10 years ago, and now everything is double from 10 years ago, and now they're going back to getting jobs again. Yeah, because they're fucking idiots. You need to be investing, and you need to be not just investing in like stocks and things like that. You need to be investing in stores of value. Like if it like what those people, saving 300K 10 years ago, they should have taken like 100K of that and put it in silver or gold or something like that. That way, if they really needed it, they could cash it out, and they would have whatever the inflation rate of that was. That's just one example. Obviously, these old fucks weren't going to be into Bitcoin. Obviously they weren't going to be. Um, Not 10 years ago anyway. But then like they thought pensions, they thought social security would float them. That's kind of the issue. What they needed was 401ks, what they needed was IRAs, what they needed was Bitcoin. They needed a lot of different things. And that's the thing, is you're going to need a lot of different things to be able to retire today. You're going to need to make a wallop for one thing, but then you're also going to have to invest that wallop the right way. Do you even buy crypto? Who, me? Or are you joking around in the way that people are like, do you even lift? Because me, like, I don't buy crypto regularly. Truthfully, I haven't been investing in the way that I would like to, but that's because I have other priorities that my money is going to right this second. But I would like to get back into steadily investing in Bitcoin. After it hit 100 grand, I became any skepticism that I had for Bitcoin basically went out the window. I don't trust altcoins and all these other fucking things. Like I don't want to do too much gambling with those. But when it comes to Bitcoin, yeah, I want to start putting money into Bitcoin. I would also like to buy precious metals, and then maybe get some kind of IRA or Roth IRA. Um, and hopefully I will be in a position along with my wife as to where we can have enough money as to where we could actually fucking retire. And then in addition to that too, like we're not going to treat our kids like shit. Like I would have gladly taken care of my aunt or my mom and my dad in their old age and shit like that. I would have had zero problem with that sort of thing. Um, if they had just done the right thing and either given me my grandfather's house or let me rent to own my grandfather's house, given like let me live in my grandfather's old house for like not 100, what the fuck, for like 1,000 a month. Something where it's like they each get an extra $500 a month for doing nothing. We'll take care of the house. We won't be hitting them up like, we need a fucking plumber, dude. Like we'll take care of it. It's all good. Just like let us give you $1,000 a month for like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Fuck it. Make it 30 years. $1,000 a month in Massachusetts for a mortgage? You could jack off and make that money. Fucking like if my parents did that, it would have been fine. We would have been able to put an addition on or an ADU. That's something that just got approved recently in Massachusetts. The idea of basically having an additional like building on your property that's specifically for somebody to live, you know? Like an in-laws sort of apartment that's not directly attached to your house, you know? We could have built something like that in the backyard. There was plenty of room for it, you know? But instead my aunt just had to have that house, and because of that, like, now everybody's fucked except for my aunt, except for my mom, you know? So like, yeah, if I'm able to own a house, which I'll be able to own a house, let's be honest here. Like a lot of the hysteria about home ownership, it's not that millennials won't be able to own houses. It's that it's going to be incredibly hard for them to own houses compared to their parents, but it's not going to be impossible. And like, everybody will pretty much be able to own a house so long as they're not a complete fucking dunderhead, you know? Um, but like when I do own a house, I'm not gonna sell it to fucking bank money for my retirement. It's gonna be, hey, one or both of my kids, why don't you live here? And then whoever wants to have the house, they can have the house. Whoever wants to move out can move out with a giant lump sum that you can utilize to buy a house with, you know? And it'll be all good. Just fucking make sure I'm fed, you know? Just feed me. Just three hots and a cot. That's all I need. All right? Fucking let me see my grandkids, you know? That's what I'm going to do. And it's just like, fuck, man, you know? It's like, holy shit. I live in Nebraska. It's not hard to own a house here. Yeah, like, you know, Massachusetts is one of, and if not the worst state in the union to try and own a house at this point. Um, so like, if you talk to anybody around here, everybody's pretty fucking black-pilled, you know? I do think I'll own a house. Even I could even own a house in Massachusetts. It's just gonna be a real pain in the fucking ass for a while. It's not gonna get easier for a long time, especially when I have kids, you know? This guy's name is Drugula. It's funny as shit. But like, all these fucking idiot boomers, they're like, what am I gonna do? You could have just let your child, one of your children, if you had multiple, you could have just let one of them live in the house that they grew up in. One and two and three, and they would have taken care of you. They would have made sure everything was all good, you know? But instead you had to, you wanted to be Mr. Condo, you know? And that's one of the most disgusting things about it too, is that these people are willingly choosing to not be present in their grandchildren's lives, you know? I had three grandparents growing up. One of them died probably 6 or 7 years before I was born. I used to see my Nana every weekend. I used to see my Grammy and Grampy at least once a month. At least once a month. Usually more, you know? And that was definitely very important to me growing up. That was a very important piece of me. That was a core memory of my childhood was, oh hey, we're going to see Grammy and Grampy, or Grammy and Grampy are coming to the house. We're gonna go out to breakfast with them. We're gonna do this with them. We're gonna do that with them. They're gonna be here for your birthday party. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Like, that was a very important piece of my childhood, and so many people out there. I'm an idiot. So many people out there are willingly choosing to not have that kind of relationship with their grandchildren. And that's the most disgusting thing about it. Is like, you're gonna rob your grandchildren of a real relationship with you for what? Because you don't like the snow? Oh. And I had that revelation too, because I got I have an aunt and uncle, and I have an aunt and uncle. They spend 6 months out of the year in Texas. Their children are up here. Their children have children, you know. Or one of them has two children right now. The other one's getting married, and that means they're probably going to have kids at some point soon, you know. Um, go here. I'm not doing as bad as I usually do when I'm talking, and uh-oh, Mr. Drugula got to oh, this isn't good. This is not good. He's playing Cumans. There's a very good chance he's gonna pull a bitch move. It would not surprise me if he pulls a bitch move. Cumans get access to Cumans get access to certain siege tech in feudal age. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if this is specifically to try and scope me out to find which way he's gonna break in. You know, if it happens, I'll explain it to you guys, but, you know. Fuck. What? 1, 2, 3, 4. So, yes. This, no. Oh. Boy, what a fucking idiot. Anyway, like, I have an aunt and uncle, they spend half the year in Texas, they spend half the year up here, and it's like, yo, you know, your kids are up here 360, your grandkids are up here 365 days out of the year, right? Like they're not gonna be able to spend time with you in Texas. You know that, right? That's kind of fucked up that you're like, nah, it's cool. It's like one of these years you're gonna go down to Texas and you're not gonna be able to make it back. You know? Fucking, and that's gonna be like an awful thing. And it's gonna be your fault. It's not gonna be anyone's fault but yours, you know? Like I said, their only son is getting married late this year, you know? I can't even make it to the wedding because of fucking things that are going on, but like I'm just a cousin, you know? Oh. It's like, there we go. What else? I have an aunt who has 3 children who all have kids. One of them is low functioning autistic. Uh-oh. One of them is low functioning autistic. And she's talking about, oh, I might go out to the Midwest. I almost said the Mideast. I might go out to the Midwest because I have family out there. And oh, damn it. And it's like, in that case, it's like, all right, fine. You know, it's family. You got family, whatever, you know. It's not like you're just abandoning them for better it's not like you're just abandoning them for better weather or anything like that. You know, it's that's not what it is. It's, you got family out there. You want to spend your golden years with some of your family that you had to leave because you came to Massachusetts when you got married to my uncle. Okay, I understand it completely and totally, but again, there is still a piece of it that's just like, man, what are you doing? You know? You see the difference in scores here. You see the difference in scores here. I don't like that. That makes me nervous. I have a thing. I have a thing in that back of my mind. Do I really want to bring a life into this world? And if I die or something, that kid will be living a shit life. Well, I mean, that's a gamble you take, man. You know, we all take that. I think about death every day when I go to bed. I'll be honest with you. One thing that has helped 100%, if I'm being, one thing that has helped 100% is accepting Christ into my heart. You know, there is a comfort that comes from that. I don't consider myself to be a good Christian. I'm not worthy of being saved, but it's not about whether or not you're worthy of being saved. It's Christ opened that up for all of us. And that's a big thing for me. Oh, damn it. Oh, he got one of them too. Fuck. Anyway, Sorry, one sec. I'm just trying to, Alright, let's see if I can't, make this work here. Oh. You know, literally every night before I go to sleep, you know, because I'm 30 now. I ain't getting any younger. I'm definitely not old, but I ain't young like I used to be, you know? So that thought kind of plays in my head sometimes. It's like, oh fuck, like, you know, shit. I ain't getting younger. The years have only gotten quicker. Oh, you know. Um and I just know that like God has a plan, you know, and I've always felt the effects of that plan personally. There we go, you guys, you idiots, get your asses over there. I can explain that a little bit. I can explain that a little bit better, you know, in a second. I just wanna make sure I can hit this raid the way that I want to. Um. All right, let's get it going. Kogo, Kogo. All right, boys, let's get it going. All right, get your asses back in there. You guys all go here and then there. Yeah, I might be able to pull this off. Might be able to. We shall see. We shall see. Um. Yeah, let me see if I can get this win, and I'll talk a little bit more about what you were talking about, Snurf G, because like I totally understand what you're saying. Um, and I think it's something good to speak about, you know. Oh yeah, look at all those bodies. Look at all those fucking bodies. I'd say we got him. I'd say we got him. Yep. Oh yeah. This guy is not giving up. Oh, there he is. Yes. Yes, Mr. Drugula. GG, Mr. Drugula. Yeah, I mean, 57 Vilhai to my 26. That's crazy. It's not exactly a slouch either. He's got about a 50% win rate, you know. Fucking anyway, why don't I exit out, because I am gonna head out of here as soon as, not as soon as I'm done talking about this, but um I have a thing in the back of my mind. Do I really want to bring a life into this world, and if I die, or something, that kid will be living a shit life? Um, I mean, I got to be honest with you. I'm not completely unsympathetic to that. I fear death. You know, I don't fear it like I used to. It's just something that I'm aware of, and like every time I go to bed, I kind of have a moment a lot of the time where I'll be like, oh man, dude, I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm not getting younger either. Oh, ooh, man, I'm 30 years old, dude. That's 3 decades. That's, whew. I have thoughts like that, right? And I know that I'm not even guaranteed to live a long life either. Like like any of us could be gone at any time, you know, and it is what it is. But um, for one thing, my embrace of Christ has helped me a lot with that. I'm not afraid like I used to be. But then in addition to that, I mean, life is life, you know, life is random, life is messy. Nobody has a perfect life and nothing is perfect. And um, you just kind of have to roll with the punches. And sometimes those punches are going to be big punches. And that isn't just you, but that's everybody around us, you know? I actually was looking into my family tree and I figured out that my great great grandfather, um, he was in the Civil War and he had my great grandfather, and my great grandfather, um, when he was 16, he died. Not meaning my you see, whenever you talk about great grandfather, great great grandfather, all this stuff, it gets confusing. But basically, my great great grandfather, he had a son that would end up being my great grandfather. When that son was 16, he died. The great great grandfather of mine, right? So, from the age of 16 on, my great grandfather did not have a dad. Now, back then, 16 was a lot different from 16 now, you know, but you're still young. You're still kind of a boy at that age, you know? And I can only imagine how tough that was for him. And if that wasn't bad enough, my great grandfather had a son that would end up being my grandfather. And when my grandfather was 1 years old, his dad died. My great great grandfather died. So my grandfather, my papa is what we call him, is what I call him, and my brother calls him. He didn't know his dad at all. He died too young to like he died when he was too young to know him, right? And to make it even crazier, he died and then like 3 or 4 years later the Great Depression hit. So my grandfather, my papa, was a fatherless young boy during the Great Depression in the United States, and I can only imagine how insane that was, you know. And to my understanding, he was a bit of a drinker. He had a temper and all that other stuff, and it's like, well, I can understand, you know. Um, but if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here, you know. So it's kind of a situation where it's like you just have to embrace the randomness of life, and if it's your time, it's your time, you know. And at the end of the day, you know, it's about what we do with our lives, and that includes your own son or your daughter or whoever, you know. Um, Life is messy. It's like I said, and if my grandparents, you know, all of them that I told you about a second ago, if they all had that thought of like, but what if I die and I leave this kid here and he's not like a fully formed adult yet, and he's like, you know, he has a bad life and shit like that. It's like, well, yeah, it could happen. And in my family's case, it did happen. It definitely happened. And you know, it just kind of is what it is. But like, my dad turned out better. My dad's still alive, you know, for now. Gonna knock on wood there, you know. My dad is actually the first. Now that I think of it, my dad is actually the first father. In no, actually, no, that's not true. That's not. No, actually, it might be. Whatever. Regardless, the point that I'm making is like, my dad is still alive in his 60s, and I am 30 years old now. When my dad was 30, his dad was dead for like 4 or 5 years at that point. You know, so it's like, you know, there's ebbs and there's flows, and like, yeah, it's crazy to think about that. It's crazy to catastrophize, but you can't allow that. You can't allow that catastrophizing to be the reason why you don't do something that is going to be good for you, you know? Um, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying, you know? And I'm hoping that like I'm coherent enough as to where somebody who doesn't know me can hear this and be like, "Oh, that makes sense," you know? But like at the end of the day, there's like bad things are going to happen sometimes, you know? bad things can happen, and you just have to accept it. You have to accept that like the best thing can happen, but also the worst thing can happen, and most of the time it's going to be somewhere in between anyway. You're not going to have to worry about the best or the worst thing to happen because it's probably not going to happen. It's going to be somewhere in between. Excuse me, but it can happen. Then it's like, what are you going to do? You know, sit in your room all day and not doing anything? You got a life to live, man, you know? Well, it looks like you have a high chance at dying young, knowing your family line of men. I'm kidding. There's so many variables that play into that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the heart issues that my grandfather had. Other branches of my family actually inherited those issues. One of my cousins had a heart attack at the age of 21, actually. Funny enough, he married a heart surgeon too. But what was I gonna say? Me and my dad, luckily enough, like we did not inherit that gene, you know. Even I'm 270, 280 pounds, somewhere around there. I actually have really good blood pressure. The doctor said my blood pressure was perfect. Like I inherited the Italian blood pressure genes from my grandfather, not the Irish blood pressure genes from my other grandfather, you know. Um, excuse me. Kind of crazy how a year's time difference in death made it possible for you to exist. Yeah, and I'm curious about how he died because he was only in his 40s. It's not like he was like 70. He was in his 40s. He was born in 1884, excuse me. He had my grandfather in actually, you know what? I got a picture of him. I'll show you guys. It's somewhere around here, I believe. I believe I have it on my my thing. If not, I have it. I can. Oh, here it is. It's not a very good picture. It's not a very good picture. This one. This is a picture of a picture. You know what? I'll because it's also my great grandmother as well is in the picture. I'll get the picture. Yeah, I'm curious how he died though because like it oh, I spent $10 at Fish Tank. Um Sorry, one sec. Come on, come on. Ah, yes. And then I'm gonna upload these to Mega. Um, but yeah, I'm curious how he died because he was born in 1884 and my grandfather in um he had my grandfather in 1926, so he was only like 42 at the time, you know, probably only 41 because my grandfather was born in January of 1926. So you know, um, where is it? Where is it? There it is. How the fuck do you know this much about your family from back then? I mean, my dad did family tree type stuff, and there was quite a bit. There was yeah, get that the fuck out of here. There was quite a bit of info on there for a couple of different people. Um um where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I uploaded them. Did I not? Why oh no, that would be here, wouldn't it? Hmm. Huh. A heart attack at 21, that's scary. Oh yeah, it is. It's real scary, you know. I'm looking for what I just uploaded there, but I'm not seeing it. I don't know why. Last modified. Or is it actually in there. You know, I don't. I'm just. Uh, oh, here it is. Uh, yeah, this is my great grandfather Theodore, and I always forget my great grandmother's name, but that doesn't matter because she's a fucking woman anyway. So who gives a shit about her name? Who cares about her name? Um, but yeah, it's crazy because he looks like this obviously isn't the best picture, but he looks so much like my dad. Like he's got the same head shape, he's got the same body, he's got the same fucking hands. It's insane how similar he looks to my dad. My dad doesn't actually look that much like my grandfather. But it wasn't a case of the cuckold because this dude is like this is my dad in a fucking suit in the 1900s with one of those fucking gay hats. Yeah, one of my favorite pastimes is making fun of my ancestors. It's fun. I also like to joke about my Civil War ancestor because he was only 5'3". If when we die and when I die, if I go to heaven and they're there and it's like I envision it, they're gonna beat the fuck out of me. But anyway, there's also I'll show you a better one of my great grandmother as well. This this is my great grandmother right here. It's funny because she almost looks like somebody I know. I feel like she looks like somebody I know, but I'm not. I'm not 100% sure. You know. But yeah, like life is messy and life is crazy and it's random. Like I should not be in the situation that I'm in now in good and bad ways. There's bad things that I've found myself in the middle of, like not being able to afford a home in my 30s and having to move to another fucking state. But that's part of that randomness. The like fucking this woman, her parents came from Ireland. Fucking um what's it called? My great grandfather, his dad, my great great grandfather came from Ireland, you know? Um it's crazy. Um there's something weird about seeing ancestors you've never met and they never even thought about your existence. I don't know. I feel like they probably thought about it. Because me, I think about it. I think about my grandchildren. I think about having conversations with my kids about the grandchildren and stuff like that. And their children and et cetera, et cetera. Ooh. Excuse me. Um, Peace out, Joe. Yeah, I'm about to head out too in a second. Honestly, it's almost 2 a.m. Surprised anyone's even here in the first place. But yeah, at the end of the day, everybody is fucking like no, nothing's guaranteed, and that's a good thing and a bad thing because you know what? Like you could wake up tomorrow and some crazy shit could happen. Like me going viral on Twitter, right? Like I woke up that day not expecting to go viral on Twitter like that. That was a cool little thing. And who knows, tomorrow something could happen that completely changes my life in a good way. Maybe even a bad way. But the bottom line is like things happen in life, man. And if you're gonna be paralyzed and you're not gonna do something because you're like, what if something goes wrong? It's like, well, what if something goes wrong? Shit happens, bro. You know. And plus, some of the worst things that have happened to me have been some of the best things that happened to me. Like I've been talking a little bit more about my situation with my coach, right? Um, And I don't want to do too much talking, but there was a time where we got into an argument, right? That argument led to me and him parting ways for the better part of 2 years, maybe even the better part of 3 years. I forget exactly the timeline, but um, I did not have MMA in my life. And because of that, I had plenty of time to get a little bit more involved in the culture war. And that led me to joining a group called Boston Free Speech, where I would meet REA. And well, REA, as well as some of the other guys who would introduce me to Sam Hyde, they not, you know what I mean by that. You know, they would introduce me to Sam Hyde's content, is what I mean. I got to meet them. I wouldn't have met them if I was spending all my time at the gym like I was before I got kicked out. You know, at the time, I thought life was over for me. When I had to part ways with my gym, I thought that was it. Oh man, hey, what's even the point? I meet BFS. I meet those guys in BFS, and they gave me a whole new lease on life. And I was able to grow so much from being a part of that organization. And I was able to put myself in a situation where, for one thing, I now have the beliefs that I do, right? And these beliefs have helped me in my life. Evola, for instance, right? Some of the things that I've read from Evola, they have affirmed my life. They have been life affirming things for me, right? On a philosophical level. It also helped me to get back into Christianity, the most life affirming thing that I've done, right? And then in addition to that, it put me in a place where I'm now aware of this Sam Hyde guy and I'm watching his content and all that other stuff. And then one day I just happen to see, oh, hey, wants, he wants to fight Hassan Piker. Why don't I hit him up and see if he wants some fucking help? And sure enough, like he did, and here I am now. You guys know about me because of that thing that at the time I was like, my life is over. No. It turned out to be literally one of the best things to ever happen to me, you know? And one of the dumbest things that I ever did was going back there. But again, that's another story, you know? Um, but like even sometimes you think something bad happened, but really it's something good, and it just hasn't had the time to manifest yet. It's like a flower, you know, the seed is planted, and you don't see the flower, so you assume that it's not a blessing, but it really is. You just have to let it bloom. You know, not to be Mr. Philosoph, not even philosophical, not to be Mr. Basic bitch motivational speaker guy or anything, but there's a truth to that, you know. There really is a truth to that. Man, you know, took a crazy risk and it paid off. Let these flowers bloom. Exactly, man. Exactly. You know. Um, we got 15 minutes until the 4 hour mark. I don't even know who's here right now. I've just been staring at a picture of my great grandmother. You know, it's especially crazy, right? Somebody said it's crazy to see somebody who somebody said it's crazy to see somebody who you it's crazy to see like an old family member and stuff like that, one that you never met, one that died long before you were born. It's even crazier to see them when you're either the same age or younger, or older, excuse me. Like when I think of my nana, right? When I think of my nana, I think of an old woman. This woman is even older than my nana by like decades and decades and decades. And yet, like, the picture that I have of her, this woman looks to be in her late 20s, maybe early 30s. I would like to guess, you know. That's like a crazy thing to think about, you know. Is like I have an interpretation of my great grandmother that is actually younger than what I think of when I think of my grandmother, you know. It's kind of wild, you know. Um, but yeah, somebody said satanic. Yo, Scott, do you think it's against Christ to have a Furby with satanic symbols? I'd say it probably is. Yeah, yeah. I'd say a Furby is probably enough, let alone the satanic symbols. That's deep as fuck, though. Not gonna lie. That's deep. That's deep as fuck, bro. That's deep as fuck. Um, that's what they call me, is Scotty Deep. Scotty Deep. Scotty Deep thinker. Man. I don't know, man. Like, I've been really black-pilled lately. I've been really black-pilled, and I've been really thinking about a lot of different things. But like the black pill, and I hate using the word black pill, but it's just the best word to use, the best phrase to use right now. But like I've been black pill. I've been switching between black pilled and hopeful. Black pilled and white pilled, I guess you could say. Where I know I'm someone who presents like he's very well put together, and truthfully, I am a very well put together guy. I'm very good at being responsible. I'm very good at being able to say and do the right thing when it needs to be said and done. Um, I don't have a lot of problems that crop up in my life because I'm a fucking idiot and things like that. That's what a lot of people do, is they're constantly just stepping on rakes and stuff like that. They throw a rake down in front of them and they're like, all right, anyway, and then they fucking walk on the thing and fucking go boom like that. Um, I'm very good at not having shit like that occur. This year was it was a little bit different. I did do a couple of things that were like, oh great, that was stupid of me, right? But when it comes to knowing what I'm gonna do 10 years from now, it's like, I gotta be honest with you guys, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not gonna be sure. I'm not sure where I'm gonna be in 5 years or 10 years. And it can be kind of scary. I have been kind of scared for my future, where it's like, man, I want to have kids, but like, I can't have kids right this second in the situation I'm in now. I got to see what I can do to improve my position over the next year, because there's going to be a point where it's like, whatever, we're just going to start popping kids out. We're just going to start popping them out regardless, because we don't want to wait until we're like 40. Forget that. Have a Shane Gillis child. I'm all set. I'd rather not have that situation occur. And as a Catholic, I don't exactly believe in abortion. Fucking um kind of joking aside, like, we don't want to wait any longer to have kids. It was bad enough because when my wife did the kidney transplant to her sister, it made it so that she was going to have to wait a year to have a pregnancy, and she's going to be a high risk pregnancy no matter what, because she's only got one kidney. So that put an even longer wait on us. And it just sucks, man. I got a lot of things to think about. I gotta figure out a lot of shit, and you know, I gotta take that advice too, Snurf G. I gotta take that advice too. Your wife takes dialysis. No, she doesn't take dialysis. She donated the kidney. You know. You don't want to get too old and be an old ass man that can't play with your kids. Exactly. And even beyond that, again, it's like a thing of like, okay, so my wife has one kidney. She donated a kidney to her sister. She's going to be a high risk pregnancy as is. We don't also want to be waiting longer and longer and longer to the point where it's a double whammy. With one kidney and you don't have to take dialysis. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a difference between kidney failure and a kidney donation. Kidney failure means that your kidneys, both of them, simply cannot function properly. My wife has one kidney that functions properly. Therefore, she doesn't need dialysis. If something ever happened to that kidney, knock on wood, if something did, then she would need dialysis and she would need a transplant. So she would I mean, the thing is, they don't take your kidneys out when you receive a kidney. What happens is you actually end up with 3 kidneys inside of you. So if something was to happen, it would actually be a situation where they take a kidney and they put it inside her, so she now has 2 kidneys. One of them doesn't work, one of them does. So she will only ever have one functioning kidney for the rest of her life, even if they have to like put another kidney in there. But again, knock on wood, knock on wood. Um, man, but we got a little under 10 minutes. I figure we'll go to the 4 hour mark. It's been a while since I've done a stream that's more than 2 hours. That's part of the issue, is that like I need to do longer streams, but then in addition to that, I need to have shit that I'm doing for the stream in and of itself, you know. I'm trying to organize another Jeopardy stream. There's a couple of people that I hit up to see if they wanted to be a part of it. I haven't gotten anybody answering me back yet. These people that I'm hitting up, they tend to be bad at answering messages. I'm bad at answering messages too lately, so it is what it is. But you know. She would never need dialysis though, right? She gets priority transplant, I believe, as a living donor. That's what I would like to believe. That's what I would like to believe, you know. Like this is gonna sound bad, but I'd rather not give my wife a kidney if I don't have to. If it was a situation where we were a match and they were like, okay, you're gonna be put on a waiting list unless your husband gives you a kidney, it's like, all right, fine, fucking cut me open, you know. But it's a situation where it's like, yeah, but it's mine. You know. But really beyond that, it's also like it's like what are we gonna do here? Like, you need a kidney, so I give you my kidney, then one day I need a kidney, so what, I gotta look to the next person down the line, you know. It's like, fuck, you know. I really it's like I said, I would give my wife a kidney if it came down to it, you know. But if there was a situation where they're like, okay, look, you're a living kidney donor, we thank you for giving one of your kidneys to somebody else, and now that you need a kidney, we're gonna put you at the top of the list, so you're gonna get a kid. You're not gonna have to wait 7 years like your sister did, and ultimately end up having it not be because of the list, but because there was a family member that decided to give her the kidney, you know. um it would like it wouldn't be like that if it was like, okay, expedited, like give us 6 months to a year and we'll have a kidney for you. It's like, all right, cool, that works, you know. We can wait it out. But if it was like, okay, you're gonna be on a waiting list for years, it's like, all right, fine, we'll do it, you know. um like I really admire my wife, because if I'm being honest with you guys, my wife is actually adopted. Um, all of her family is adopted. Her siblings are. She's got a brother and a sister. They are adopted. They're not actually blood related. And if I'm being honest, if I'm being 100% honest with you guys, I love my in-laws, but they are not exactly always being the best people to her, if I'm being 100% honest with you. It's not like straight up abusive shit, but it's like for instance, right? We're going through the process for her to get her citizenship right now, and she had to go into Boston. This was actually the day that I streamed in Boston. She had to go into Boston to drop off some paperwork, and she had an appointment to drop off the paperwork. They couldn't take it before, they couldn't take it after. They had an appointment specifically for her. That's it, right? If she's late, sucks. Maybe we can reschedule, probably not. And my wife had to go into the city by herself because I had a dentist appointment at that time. And she decided she would take her sister and her mother into the city with her. And they took a long ass time to get ready, and they ended up missing the train. So they had to get an Uber instead. This is a situation where if something goes wrong, there could be serious, serious consequences. and her sister especially is like, "Oh, hold on, I will be ready in a second. Hold on, mana, I'll be ready in a second. Take it easy, relax, it'll be all right." And it's like she's doing nothing. She's just like trying to figure out what fucking sunglasses she wants to wear, right? Like the shit that I've seen my wife put up with from everybody in her family, but especially her sister who needed the kidney. It is like, man, like the level of admiration that I have for her for being willing to do that is like I couldn't the selflessness. I couldn't describe it to you guys. You know, my wife really is great. She's got her issues and I have my issues, you know, and I love her more than anything, you know. Um and she really just has a good heart is what it is, and that's why I love her the way that I do. That's why I married her, you know. She's got a good heart, you know. Um like me and my brother, we don't do shit for each other. We got each other's back when it comes down to it. I'll be honest with you though, I don't know if my brother would give me a kidney. My brother's kind of a shithead, if I'm being completely honest with you. You know, he's not a bad guy. He works, you know, he's not hitting me up for money all the time. He's got more money than I have, you know. He has a better job than I have. He just bought himself a condo, you know, just to get out of my parents' house. He bought himself a condo. My brother wouldn't have my back like that though. You know, I don't think he would, you know. And this is somebody that I'm blood related to, you know. So like to see my wife do what she did was just like, man, that is fucking crazy, dude, you know. Um can you translate this into an X post then post it? What do you mean, Zach? Was your wife hesitant about giving up her kidney? No, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Literally, I shit you not. Not to shit on my in-laws a ton. I don't want to do that. That's kind of unacceptable if we're being honest here, but also I think what's unacceptable is some of the shit that my in-laws have done too. So, you know, it's whatever. But one of the things my wife was afraid of was that she was going to take the kidney and then she was going to do some stupid shit and she was going to need another fucking kidney donation or something like that. That she wasn't going to take care of herself or something like that, you know? That's literally what my wife was afraid of. More than like that. That's the one thing that she was a little hesitant about, but it wasn't hesitant enough as to where she was like, I don't know. It was like, no, we'll do this. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do this. You're gonna get your kidney and you're gonna get it from me. And through that fear, she was still like, yeah, okay, let's do it, you know? Um, you should have canceled your dentist appointment and been like, fuck it, we're going now. Nah, I mean, fucking, she just needed to get an Uber, you know, that's all. Um, fucking tell X you won't give your wife a kidney. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Look, guys, I'm not saying I wouldn't. I'm just saying I'd be like, hey, you know, could maybe some, you know, was there a motorcycle crash recently? Just get a kidney from one of us Scotty rockers. Yeah, I'll raffle off I'll raffle off Scott points. I'll raffle off Scott points or something like that. Oh man. Well, we're at that 4 hour mark. I'm not just gonna be like I'm out of here. You know, I'll give it a second if anybody wants to talk about something because honestly, I don't have work tomorrow. I can stay up as late as I want. You know, and you know, I enjoy talking to you guys. I don't have anything better to do right now. I'm just gonna eat junk food after this. Is all I'm gonna do. You know, eat junk food and play more Morrowind and lament the fact that I have to work for a living. You know, I think Chad's dead. Yeah, Chad is not exactly alive, Snurf. I will say that it's not exactly alive, you know. I have either 15 or 18 concurrent viewers. Oh no, I have 14 concurrent viewers right now on YouTube. You know, bro, you're gonna eat like Mizzy, dude. Fucking, I was the original slop queen. Fucking Mizzy stole my swag. You know, Mizzy stole my fucking swag, dude. I wanna stream on the fish tank site, but there's an issue with the site when I try to stream, and it's really fucking annoying. You know, it's really annoying to me. What's going on, Lucas? I got your stream recommended to me. Interesting. Uh, nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you. I appreciate you popping in. Appreciate you popping in, Lucas. We're actually winding down. I'm gonna be honest with you, but you know, I stream Wednesdays and Fridays. If you want to pop back in, you know, we like to just chill. I just got off a 10-hour shift at Papa John's. Oh man, that sucks, bro. That fucking sucks. Sorry to hear that. You know. Slop Sullivan says OP. Lucas, if you haven't heard of a thing called Fish Tank Live, you should definitely check it out. It's a reality show that I used to be affiliated with. I guess I kind of still am affiliated with it because I was going to be on Blood Games too, but you know, assuming you don't know what that is, but you know, did the mods ban you off it? There's some Discord mod behavior on that site, and they envy you. You know what? I'll show you guys what happens. I'll show you guys what happens on the Fish Tank site. All right. So, as you can see, I have the stream thing. When I hit this, I don't have the stream thing, though. It says Gift Season Pass. When I hit stream, sorry, your stream has been rejected. So, yeah. That's what happens on the site. It's unfortunate, you know? And I'll be honest with you. I won't lie to you. I kind of thought that I was being fucked with a little bit. And given the way that people have been talking to me, it sounds like that's not the case. But I was hitting people up like, hey, I'd like to stream on the site, and not getting an answer from these people. These people that I was hitting up, they would leave me on red. And that is kind of fucking annoying, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. It's just fish right now. Fucking... Oh shit, that's cool. Did you know Sam Hyde? Yeah, I helped Sam Hyde train for his boxing match. I also helped Brandon Buckingham, Froggy Fresh, though he didn't have his boxing match. Who else? Who else have we? Oh yeah, Harley Morenstein that first time. I got to help him once. You know, bunch of cool guys. You probably need a new token. It seems like they updated something or some account stuff. I don't know. Maybe that could be it. You know, I'm a web dev. Wes probably fucked up the account data. Maybe. Taylor said she dealt with the same shit. Yeah. Snurf G says Bex. They're pulling a Bex on you. I mean, I gotta be honest with you. Like, it's kind of tough because like this is the thing that happens when you hire from fans. As someone who had his part on season 2 and not everybody loved the hell out of it. And then in addition to that, I was on Blood Games and I was on, you know, Bitch Tank and stuff like that. They're going to be bringing in people who were not always 100% going to be fans of mine, you know? And who's to say that those people aren't going to come in and be like, oh, Scott, nah, I don't want him on the site. So I don't think it's completely and totally unfair for me to assume, as somebody who has kind of distanced himself and has been distanced from that little core group, if you will. I don't think it's unfair of me to be like, oh, you know what? Fucking like, I think some of these guys might be fucking with me because I think that, I don't know, maybe this guy didn't like the karate thing from season 2 or something like that. I don't think it's unfair of me to assume that. I gotta be honest with you, you know? Everybody talks shit. Everybody's a shit talker, you know? And a lot of people will be cool to your face, like Bleach, for instance, right? I'm calling him out. I'm calling him out. There's this one guy, Bleach. He edits for Charles Carroll, right? And he's lucky I didn't smack the fuck out of him one day. I showed up to the Goblin's place, right? Excuse me. I showed up to the Goblin's place, and he was there, and I had never met Bleach in person. And yeah, Lucas, Sam is a chill guy. He's actually a very quiet dude. He's not really a people person. But he's a cool guy, you know. But yeah, like Bleach is someone who when I met him in person, I didn't know who he was prior to, and I'm at somebody else's house, so I wasn't gonna start shit. But I did have a moment when he was like, "I'm Bleach," and like I felt the butthole pucker a little bit. I felt the butthole pucker. You know, I was like, "Oh, this fucking piece of shit." Like that's kind of what went in my head. And again, because I'm at somebody else's house, they invited me in here. I'm not about to like start shit with another guest. That wouldn't be cool of me. That would not have been all right, you know. Um, so I allowed the night to just play out, and I thought like, oh, you know what? I think this guy's actually all right. Like I talked to him a little bit. Turned out I didn't think he was the worst guy ever. But then like later on, as time went on, every now and again I'm noticing he's talking shit to me behind a fucking keyboard. And I'm like, huh, that's weird. This isn't like friendly joking. We don't know each other like that. Why the fuck is this guy talking to me like that? That's weird. So I muted him on Twitter, and it's like, you know what? I have a strong feeling this is the kind of guy who like if he had Jet's ear, if you will, he'd be like, yeah, dude, and honestly, fucking a lot of people don't like Scott. He like, you know, he just doesn't have any stage presence is what it is. He doesn't have a stage presence is what it is. Like if there was somebody who was going to do that, I fully believe it could be a guy like that, you know. And I know Bleach isn't constantly around Jet and stuff like that, but it's just an example of how like these guys hire dudes who are a part of the fandom. Me, like I was a fan, but I wasn't hanging out on like r/MDE. Not that that is a thing anymore, but you get what I mean, you know. I was a fan of their stuff, but I wasn't in the ecosystem. You know, I wasn't Mr. Oh, I'm gonna be a part of MDE. I just got to get Sam to realize that I'm MDE material. It wasn't that, you know. I just wanted to help Sam beat the fuck out of a socialist. That's it. That's all I wanted, you know. Um, but it's just like clout chasing in the MDE adjacent sphere is bleak as hell. It really fucking is, bro. It really is. It sucks, you know? And it's something that I've been dealing with for a minute now, where it's like, I don't know who I can trust. I don't know who I can talk to about shit. I don't know, like, what to say to who, how to say it, etc., etc. And, like, it bothers me because I'm someone who I want to be friends with everybody. I want to be cool with everybody, you know? I'm not someone who walks into a room thinking none of these motherfuckers better test me. That's not me. You know, I want to have good relationships with everybody, you know, including someone like Bleach. But Bleach overstepped a few too many times. So because of that, I was like, okay, I'll keep quiet, but I'm going to mute this guy and I don't ever want to see him again. And I'm only saying it because it's a perfect example. And he has publicly been like, Scott, you're a fucking retard underneath my shit. And it's like, that's the type of shit that'll get you fucking smacked hard. Fucking, it's frustrating, you know? So it's like when something like that happens, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to not assume the worst. It's hard to not assume that maybe Mintz is like, oh, I don't like Scott, you know. And Mintz has been good to me. Mintz has been good to me, right? We've talked to each other and stuff like that. You know, he hasn't like disrespected me in any way, you know, and I haven't had any like bad dealings with him. There was one thing that I was a little upset about, but I got over that, you know. But like when it comes to like when it comes to the new guys who come in like for a blood games or a whatever, and like they want to buddy up to me, but then when they realize I don't have that kind of pull, they want to like they want to leave me behind and shit like that. They want to be my friend. They want to do things for me. They want to give me stuff. They want to hit me up. They want to be in my stream chat and stuff like that. But then when they feel like they've gotten what they wanted, when they've gotten in, they're like, "Oh, well, I don't need to talk to Scott anymore." It's like um what was I gonna say? Oh geez, I'm just realizing the game was a little bit fucked up there. Whoops. I'm gonna have to try and figure that out because I don't know. I might play Morrowind again. Um, but yeah, like it's like, or like one of those situations where like again, like it's not bad for me to feel slighted by like what happened with season 3. That's not a bad thing. That's not an unacceptable thing. I'm not angry. I'm not like, I don't hate anybody for it. But even if it was a mistake, there's some mistakes that even if you make them, it's like you shouldn't have made that mistake, man. That's a really weird mistake to make, you know? With like the season 3 thing, for instance, right? Because it's not like it was like with Jimmy, where Jimmy said he would be a part of, or Jimmy was told he'd be a part of season 3, and then he just didn't get hit up. It's not like Jimmy was not a part of season 3, and then they brought in another guy from Vermont who has a penchant for swinging croquet mallets, whether it was on purpose or not. Like, there's some mistakes that it's like, that's a strange mistake to make, man. I got to be honest with you. But then also like a situation with like Brandon Buckingham's video where it's like, okay, I'm one of the lead writers for Blood Games 2. I'm also going to be one of the most important NPCs. I'm not going to spoil anything for you, but, and through no manipulation of my own, like I was approached by Xavier and Soda Man with an idea for the storyline in which I play one of the most important and central roles in it, you know? Like, there's no reason why I shouldn't have been down there for that, but I'm hitting people up saying, hey, what's going on? Let me know what's going on. And I'm being told by sometimes multiple people, nah, nothing's really going on today. And then come to find out there's fucking like a guy that I knew before most of those people down there would ever be within 100 yards of him. And he's doing a fucking like thing. It's like, it's more than fair that I feel that way, man. It's more than fair that I feel that way. You know? I think some people in the crew circle just need constant sycophants, and you say anything real, they just ignore you. I don't know exactly who you're referring to. I don't know exactly who you're referring to, whoa, WH, but yeah, I mean it's very possible that there's people out there that are like that, and those people could be MDE adjacent, you know. Um, what's going on, Halfling? Hey, hey there, Scott. I missed most of the stream. Damn it. How are you? That's all right. We're gonna stream for another 4 hours. I decided just now. No, I'm doing all right, man. Honestly, like I am about to shut it down, but I'm just kind of late night feels posting about like the disappointment of like wanting to be friends with people who just decide they're gonna be fucking assholes for no reason, you know? Or like missed opportunities or like situations where it's like, hey man, I want to help you. I'm down for this cause. Oh, but I guess I'm just gonna, fuck me, I guess, situations like that. Um, um, I mean, Jet has blocked anyone with the most minor criticism from the beginning. Well, in Jet's defense, in Jet's defense, it is insane having tons of people coming at you. It is like when season 2 occurred and people started getting sick of the karate thing, which only took about a week and a half, the amount of hate that I saw being thrown around regarding me was staggering. It was insane. And that included if I looked at the hashtags on Twitter or something like that. Not just people saying karate sucks, but literally like, I hate this guy, you know, Scott sucks, blah, blah, blah. I could only, like, most of the time people were not adding me. Most of the time people were not responding to my tweets or saying at Sullivan underscore MMA, I fucking hate you, die. Like, most people were not doing that. I could only imagine what it would be like to be Jet. You jump on Twitter and all of your notifications, all of your mentions are Jet, you fucking suck, dude. I could only imagine. I could only imagine what that would be like. And because of that, I don't blame him for blocking anybody. And not just that, but like blocking people even for the slightest critique. Because you get to a point where it's just like, okay, I get it, I suck. Even if this person is not saying that, it's like, okay, I get it. You want something different. Fine. I can't concentrate with all this fucking noise. I got get out of my face, please, while I think about how I'm gonna give everybody what they want. You know, so it's like I don't blame Jet for going on blocking sprees and stuff like that. That's how I learned to deal with it too. Is like whenever somebody is mean to me on Twitter, I just immediately mute them. You know, I don't even have to say shit to them half the time. I'm just like, fuck it, whatever, bro. Same thing with Discord. Same thing with the fish tank site. You know, even if I think someone might be joking, it's like I don't even want to hear that as a joke, dude. Honestly, fucking whatever. Who cares? I'm fucking blocking this person, or I'm muting them, or I'm doing whatever. You know. Um, you should you should you should get into coke or other designer drugs. Niches love ligas who who have coke. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. You know, I'm sure they do. SK double N says, really, what the fuck? I don't know exactly what you're saying that for. Um, yeah. Jet needs media training from a black woman, and yes, it has to be a black woman specifically because they be queens at the shit. Yep. Oh man. But yeah, you know, it just sucks. As like, I have an ego, right? Everybody has an ego, and I can tell you all about my ego, and even then, I still am not going to be able to cover it. You know, it just sucks to see things fall apart because of ego. And I'm not talking about Jet, I'm not talking about Fish Tank or anything like that. But like, what I mean is relationships where it's like, I have no reason to dislike this person. I have no reason to think they're a bad person or anything like that. But because I personally don't like something that they do. I didn't like that during karate in season 2 they were making people do punches and kicks in the air and stuff like that. I didn't like that. I was not a fan of that, you know. Um like because of shit like that, somebody is like, so that means I don't like this guy. And whenever I deal with him, whether it's over the internet or if MDE, if Fish Tank specifically picked me up, I'm gonna like deal with this guy in a weird way. I'm gonna be hostile in some way. It's like, that fucking sucks, dude. It's possible for both of us to eat, right? You know, it's possible for both of us to coexist, even if we aren't best pals. I have very few friends. When I say sometimes when I say somebody's my friend, what I mean is they're friendly towards me and I appreciate them. You know, but like when it comes to friends, I don't really have many of those. You know, um, but it's like that doesn't mean I want enemies. You know, but some people they're just like they just want fucking enemies for some reason, and it's really weird to see. It's really weird. It's really annoying, and it's troublesome. It's fucking troublesome. But I think it's about that time now. I think it's about that time now to hit that old dusty trail. All right, thank you guys for tuning in. Like I've said, okay, I've said it a couple of times now. Tell me what you want to see out of these tweets, out of these streams. Okay, I want to start organizing streams again. I want to start doing Jeopardy streams, cooking streams, um, donation streams, kind of like with the dude with the PS5. I liked doing that. If there's somebody I can throw some money at, and we can do a charity stream or a fundraiser stream or a whatever stream, I'd gladly do that. Um, I just want to have fun. I want to have fun. Minecraft, Fortnite streams. That's what I'll do. Minecraft, Fortnite streams. But yeah, thank you guys. All right, I'm gonna head out, and yeah, peace.